efficient through a sort of an endowment type setup. So let's see if I can address any issues in my close. And Your Worship, if you want to add some further insight on this, of course, you provided a lot of input in regards to the whereases, which I think is before Council right now. And if they have any questions, they can certainly refer to those as well, and happy to answer those. But looking forward to your contribution to this motion.
Thank you very much. And because I'm in the chair and I can't second, I know Councillor Penner was going to do that for me, so we'll put that down as the second. Let's go to Councillor Sharp before I weigh in.
Yeah, great. So I remember when this was the Economic Development Investment Fund, I think it was 2017, 2018, and there was criticism around all of this. What are you doing, and why are you giving money to businesses, and who's going to succeed? And I believe it was 2018 when Mob Squad was one of the first businesses to benefit from this, and it's grown ever since. Changed the name, went to a wholly owned subsidiary, and that's great. I think what's really important, Councillor Chabot mentioned, that it's not just supporting economic growth, but economic growth during a time of uncertainty. And I hate using that, but there is still a time of uncertainty because of everything that's going on in Canada and our friends to the south. So I would say that looking forward to seeing how this continues to work for our local businesses, and it's a tool for them. That doesn't mean they have to use it, but it's there as an opportunity. So I'm happy to see the team that's here and saying that it's almost been 10 years, I think, since this has come to light. So congratulations.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say happy to second, recognize that the team from OSIF and Calgary Economic Development is here with us today. And it is so important that we have strength in our civic partners and our wholly owned subsidiaries to steward these dollars on behalf of Calgarians. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here as we move this forward.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, I do have a question for Councillor Chabot and or maybe the mayor. One of the whereases talks about how much commercial real estate that we were able to absorb through the initial $100 million support that we provided in 2018. And I'm just wondering if we've ever costed out how much potential tax return we've received from making this type of investment. I think it says that we have a good return on investment, but right back into city coffers would be interesting to understand, because they are asking, for an additional $60 million. And I'm interested in supporting. I just think that these types of things are always challenging when we have, a lot of infrastructure to fund and many other things that people wonder, why economic development? Why are we continuing to do this? And I think just being able to really prove that return on investment is critical. So if you have any information on that, I'd love to hear it. But otherwise, it's a good notice of motion.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question to Councillor Chabot in his close. When we talk about the $15 million annually over the next 4 years, if we run in a situation where economically we don't generate the types of surpluses we've generated this to be able to put into the FSR, is there any conditions associated where that might be changed, the amount? Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll weigh in here. Councillor Meehan, excellent question. I don't think we've done the calculation on the amount of square footage that has been taken up and what it's generated, but it's certainly something that we can provide for you. We'll make sure that Councillor Chabot and I, as your representatives, will work with the Opportunity Calgary Investment Fund team to figure out what that translates to. So we'll make sure that Council gets that information. Excellent question. Councillor Wong, your question about what if we don't have surpluses, it's not linked to future surpluses. That money is presently available. We've had the CFO verify that that $60 million is available. We're just not dispersing it all at once. So it doesn't hinge on future surpluses. That money is available now. That's why we wrote this notice of motion the way that we did. I also want to just point out that this fund has generated a lot of economic impact. I think it's about 11 times return. It has spurred close to $900 million in new investment. It's created or scaled over 1,000 companies. We've seen more than 3,000 jobs created and retained. That's a big deal too. Those companies have stayed here, those employees work here. We've trained almost 5,000 individuals. The square footage that's been absorbed is almost 600,000. And so again, we'll get that calculation for you. I want to thank the board who's worked very diligently to make sure that you are funding good opportunities. And thank you to Calgary Economic Development for being an excellent steward. With that, I will turn it back to you, Councillor Chabot, to close.
Yes, thank you for that additional context. And as the Mayor pointed out, the $60 million is going to be dedicated this year, dedicated to a reserve that's still held within the City of Calgary. And it will be dispersed in amounts of $15 million per year. Of course, that's taking into consideration that the momentum that's been created will be able to be sustained over that time frame. If, for whatever reason, that momentum isn't carried forward, then, of course, those funds will likely be scaled back. But as it stands, the $15 million is certainly a good benchmark from a burn rate perspective. And to quantify the amount of additional tax revenue that's being generated will be somewhat challenging, because if you look at how many new jobs this has created and how many new residents will be moving here to actually fill those jobs, and how many new homes are going to be built to for those people who will have those jobs, and how much additional tax revenue that generates, that's going to be hard to quantify. As far as the amount of absorption downtown and how much we get in increased assessed value that will help to redistribute that tax burden into the downtown, it's not necessarily that it's going to generate new tax revenue to downtown, but it helped to stimulate more economic activity, more development in the downtown, and contribute to our objectives of making our downtown more complete, which ties into the plans under the Municipal Development Plan, which says we want to build more homes in close proximity to employment and more employment in close proximity to homes. This actually does fulfill all of those requirements. It builds more resiliency in our downtown. It helps to justify the need for increased amount of residential homes in the downtown by making sure that we've got jobs for them to go to, not just restaurants and whatnot. And again, economic activity is not just based on tax revenue, but it's how much it helps to support our local businesses and for them to remain viable. So there's so much economic value to this, and it's not all going to be quantifiable through the additional tax revenue that's being created, although that is a large component of what this investment will do. Anyways, I could probably go on and on, but there's people that could certainly elaborate further to this offline. I believe this is a worthwhile investment, and like I said, I will continue to advocate to other orders of government to step up, to help us become more resilient and to diversify our economy, because that is what's in Calgary's best interest. Close.
Thank you. Let's go to eScribe to vote, please. Madam Clerk, are you having the same issues with eScribe?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look into it right away, Mayor Gondek. Councillor Corral, your vote, please.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Chu voting against. This takes us back to the regular items in the agenda. So we're going back to the two consent items that were pulled. We'll start with item 7.12. Councillor Winus, you had pulled this one. I'm going to get someone to move it first. Oh, sorry, you're back. Councillor Penner's moving it. Councillor Sharp is seconding it. Councillor Winus, you just want to vote against it? Okay, great. I don't see anybody else in the queue on this one, so let's go to eScribe to vote.
Councillor Corral, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Winus voting against. We're now going to go to item 7.20. This one was pulled by Councillor Chabot, so I'll get someone to move and second it first. Councillor Penner to move it. Councillor Meehan to second it. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, you're just voting against, correct?
Yeah, and just a quick comment. I just wanted to say that I'm not opposed to what we're doing. I'm just opposed to the way we're doing it. and that's why I'm voting against it.
Okay. Thank you. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Chabot voting against. Let's go to item 9.3.1. This is the City of Calgary W.O. Mitchell Book Prize recipient. I know we can't talk about it publicly, but please go ahead with whatever you've got.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Andrew Brower with the City Clerk's Office. I don't have a presentation. Report C-2025-0157 recommends the City of Calgary W.O. Mitchell Book Prize recipient for 2025. And as you mentioned, Mayor, the award will be given on June 18th as part of the Calgary Awards presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much for your presentation, Council. Does anybody require going into closed session on this one? No, I'm not seeing any interest in that. I also don't see any questions, so I'll go to Councillor Penner to move, please. Okay, seconder, please. Councillor Spencer, thank you. Don't see anybody in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner. Let's go to e-scribe to vote. Just a note for the tech team, we continue to get the spinning wheel telling us it's trying to reboot e-scribe.
Councillor Carraw, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. That takes us to item 9.3.2, which is the Bears Paw South Feeder Main Break Response and Lessons Learned.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Sue Henry, Chief of Emergency Management Operations and Calgary 911. Today, I'm joined by Nancy Mackay, Director of Water Services. Thank you for having us here today and for your continued support of emergency management in Calgary. We're here to provide a summary of the findings from our operational reviews of the Bears Paw South Feeder Main response. Before we begin, I want to thank Calgarians and our neighboring communities for stepping up and helping us protect the city's water infrastructure and their continued support through the repair work. This response would not have been possible without this support. At the regular meeting of Council in December 2024, administration committed to providing Council and Calgarians with a summary of the response to the catastrophic break of the Bears Paw South feeder main. Next slide, please. Today, we are asking for Council to receive this report for the corporate record. Our goals are threefold. First, we want to provide an overview of the response and highlight the monumental work that was done by the Emergency Operations Center, the H2OC, our agency members, staff, and contractors to respond to this catastrophic break of the Bears Paw South feeder main. Secondly, we learned a lot from this event, and we will outline the learnings through both our successes and our opportunities for improvement in the response. The city is implementing all of these findings to ensure we remain resilient and can respond effectively to whatever our next emergency may be. We strive to continuously learn and grow from every event that we experience. And finally, we are a resilient city, and we can effectively respond to what we're faced with. We're a large organization that is prepared to respond and manage large-scale emergencies. Next slide, please.
This slide outlines some of the water-related reports coming to Council and where we are today. Since the initial break of the Bears Paw South feeder main on June 5th, 2024, Council's received 5 reports, 6 verbal updates and a briefing regarding the incident. In March 2025, Council approved amendments to our water utility bylaw as well. As a reminder, this report and presentation is focused on the response and coordination. It does not include information about the South Bearspaw feeder main pipe investigation, the water system planning work that was presented to you on February 12th, or the independent panel review. These topics are reviewed separately. On June 2025, through the Infrastructure Planning Committee administration, we'll also be providing an update on current activities tied to the construction of Bearspaw South feeder main redundancy. Next slide, please.
As a reminder of the events that occurred, this was a long and complex, unprecedented response for the City of Calgary. Unlike a flood where you can see the waters rise and recede, the infrastructure is underground, and it took time to dig and clear the water out to get our eyes on the break. This response required finding innovative ways and creative ways to solve problems that we hadn't encountered before, like how to move water across the city in different ways and how to maintain our fire suppression capabilities. We did it together by bringing the community, businesses, and industry partners together like never before. Additionally, this event impacted jurisdictions outside the city, presented the need for significant public behavior changes, and involved timelines that needed to be changed and adjusted as more information became available. Although this was complex and challenging, we saw many accomplishments. We were successful in maintaining water supply for firefighting, critical infrastructure like hospitals, and to the community of Bowness. We were successful in maintaining our water infrastructure and ensuring that our water supply met demand, preventing the need for large-scale outages or boil water advisories. Throughout the response, we were also able to maintain city services at a somewhat reduced level. Calgarians and neighboring communities came together to decrease their water usage to help us achieve our accomplishments, and we're grateful for the collective efforts in this response. We would like to highlight a few of the key milestones and some of the major pivots that we experienced as a community last summer. To illustrate this timeline, we are showing the amount of water used in Calgary and region each day. This is the blue line over June through September. While water use can fluctuate wildly based on hot weather, the red line shows what a typical water use would be during each month. On June 5th, at 7 p.m., this is reference number 1 on your slide, there were reports of a water main break along 16th Avenue. CFD, CPS, and Water Services responded to the scene immediately. The H2OC was opened to coordinate the initial response, and shortly after, requested the EOC to open, and the municipal emergency plan was activated. Overnight, with the support of Alberta Health Services, a boil water advisory was issued for Bowness. In the early morning hours of June 6th, we issued a broadcast intrusive Alberta emergency alert, and Calgarians responded by immediately reducing their water usage. Stage 4 water restrictions were declared, and the community was asked to voluntarily reduce indoor water use. In the 24 hours, a lot was accomplished. The break was isolated, with the community reducing water by 25%. This is point 2 on your slide. Then we started to stabilize the water distribution system. As water service crews were completing repairs to the initial break, an inspection of the 4-kilometer drain portion of the pipe revealed that there were 5 additional hotspots that needed immediate repair. Before this information, crews were ready and preparing to bring the feeder main back into service. So on June 15th, point 3 on your slide, a state of local emergency was declared to provide us the powers needed to do this extra work. On July 4th, which is point number 4 on the slide, the repairs were completed to these critical hotspots. The feeder main was ready to bring back into service, and crews were stabilizing the system, and the SOL expired. On July 6th, water restrictions were eased to stage 3, and the EOC closed, and the municipal emergency plan was deactivated.
Over the next weeks, the H2OC Tactical Operations Center remained active. We carefully monitored the feeder main, listening for wire snaps, and restrictions were slowly lifted to stage 1 on July 23rd, number 5 on the chart. During that time, a full inspection of the now operating feeder main revealed that additional repairs were needed and needed to be completed before the fall. Preparations began for those significant planned urgent repairs, again mobilizing many partners, contractors, and the community. On July 26, number 6 on your slide, the 21 urgent repairs began, stage 4 water restrictions were declared, and voluntary indoor reductions were asked again of our community. The community and region, all getting a little exhausted, responded, and you can see the water use drop again during that time frame. While the restrictions were city and region-wide, it's important to note that impacts to home access and business traffic were very pointed for the communities of Bowness and Montgomery. Number 7 on the chart, by September 16th, those repairs were completed. The feeder main was brought back in service. Number 8, September 22nd, and all water restrictions were lifted on September 23rd, and the H2OC was closed. I'd also like to note that because we were not asking citizens and we were able to provide water unrestricted, there were certainly some other repairs that did continue on the feeder main until number 9, November 22nd. Next slide, please.
The Emergency Operations Center was open for 32 days, one of CEMA's longest openings. Over 50 agency members, as well as engineering and construction contractors, were instrumental in assisting with this catastrophic break. They spent countless hours working on this response, and again, it would not have been successful without their assistance.
The H2OC Tactical Operations Center was open and remained active for 111 days. The entire incident had 2 different phases. The emergency phase from June 5th to July 6th, where both centers were open, and the timeline from July 6th to the 22nd of September, the H2OC was active during what we're calling a service disruption and repair phase. The boil water advisory was in place for 4 days. Level 4 water restrictions for the city and region in place for 57 days. Level 3 water restrictions in place for 31 days. Over the course of the event, we had over 700 staff and individuals involved with the response. And of course, contractors and all Calgarians rose to the challenge. After the repairs were completed, customer satisfaction surveys were able to determine that 88% of city respondents found that the City of Calgary was trustworthy and capable of delivering the information they needed during this time.
We are a learning organization, and over the last few years, events have become more complex and impactful, with each event having unique challenges. Lessons learned are a critical part of every event, and we work hard to change processes and protect best practices after each one of these events. The Bears Paw feeder main incident is no different. We learned a lot from this emergency. We conducted numerous debriefs with groups directly involved in the response to understand what we did right and what we could improve for the next time. Next slide, please. We'll speak to the strengths and then the lessons. We're proud, definitely, that there were a number of things to highlight for you. The first strength that was evident was our collective demonstration of collaboration. As a strength, I'd like to showcase the quick work of all. Had we lost pressure in the water distribution or our Glenmore water treatment plant could not have kept up, taps would have run out, and a boil water advisory would have been likely for many more customers. The H2OC was used in managing emergencies. We have used this structure for many years. We have over 150 people across the city trained as part of that response and in our operations. At the same time as the H2OC was responding, we activated the broader Calgary Emergency Management Agency. This mobilized the city, community, partners, and contractors throughout the response. Teamwork and collaboration across the city departments, including other external partners and agency members, truly provided a one city response effort. There was a high degree of uncertainty in the early days of the response. So we had not only the trust in each other, but the confidence and the processes to know what we needed to do and how to do it. The EOC and H2OC worked in alignment to respond quickly to the emergency while working to restore water services. The second strength that we have noted is around communications. It's important to be able to effectively communicate with Calgarians as much information as possible as it becomes available. During a response, this is often the most challenging aspect for us, given that not everyone is impacted the same. However, in this case, Calgarians answered the call. Given the dynamic uncertainty and technical complexity of this situation, this created a complex communications environment. We used multiple channels and translated technical information. These channels included daily media updates, 311 scripts, social media, mayor and council updates, and outreach to our residential and business customers. This resulted in a significant reduction in water use overall that contributed positively to the response efforts. We saw an immediate drop in citywide water demand, allowing us time to stabilize the system. The role of elected officials to amplify messaging through various channels and spread the need to conserve water supported the messaging from administration.
We declared outdoor water restrictions and we asked for voluntary water reductions as well. It is only because of the collective efforts of all Calgarians, businesses, and customers that we were able to maintain the service that we did. We need good public education to lower demand, and this included finding opportunities for community outreach with team members going door to door, being set up at events, particularly in the latter part of the summer, face-to-face interactions. We met daily, our team, with regional customers and over 7,000 businesses we reached out to during the events. We had consistent messaging with all partners and customers at the same time, and in August and September, we required really new ways of supporting many and engaging the customers whose streets, homes, and businesses were directly impacted, particularly in Bowness and Montgomery. And following up with many of those residents, 94% said city staff, they felt very supported and had the information that they needed during that time. Our third strength I'd like to identify and share with you is in our operations. We figured out ways to move water in the system that it was not designed to do, things we had never done before. There was tremendous innovation. This was unprecedented, and I'm proud of the teams who were able to use their expertise and their skill sets and their contacts in the industry. Thanks to their knowledge, competence, strategic planning, they overcame barriers such as maintaining and sourcing equipment and materials, ensuring safety on-site under tremendous pressure, using technology to get the details about the feeder main so we could make sound decisions, and developing engineering plans to rapidly adjust our readiness in the water distribution system. There are heroes behind the scenes, and you can see some of them in the photo here, innovating in new ways to move water in the city. In our lab and in our field, staff, they found ways to bring the system, the largest one in our system, back into service, protecting public health of the city. They did what previously we never thought would have been possible. Additionally, there were innovations in the business community. Breweries, hotels, recreation facilities, all those customers that we reached out to, they know their businesses well and they know what they were able to do, and they found ways to help us spread the message as well.
Our Emergency Operations Center continues to be a significant strength for us as it allows us to bring our agency members together. And through those relationships and partnerships, we were able to provide river water, access to gardeners, the construction industry, and other industry partners to help them keep operating. Having all of our emergency response agencies together in one space is critical, enhancing strategic coordination and ensuring timely updates were provided between all of the groups that were responding. Next slide, please. Learnings come out of every emergency response. In an emergency, we try new things out of necessity. We learn fast and incorporate new information in as we go and into the regular operations. We were competent, solution-oriented, and pivoted as the situation evolved. In events, there are always opportunities to learn, particularly when we are responding to something unprecedented that really tests our system and our processes. Our first opportunity for improvement is in roles and responsibilities. Opening the H2OC and the Emergency Operations Center is not something new for us, but this particular event presented new challenges given the size, scope, and complexity. Emergencies identify a need to have strong delineation in roles and responsibilities and greater clarity how groups such as the Emergency Operations Center, the H2OC, and communications and crisis communications work together in future responses. Communications is often a strength and an opportunity for improvement for us. We know Council and Calgarians are hungry for information and want to receive information as things are happening. We need to clearly describe uncertainty and technically complex situations with information from our experts. We are committed to sharing information as we receive it and as we are able to share it. We know we need to add communications about what we don't know and ensure that we're communicating that we have a plan to find out that missing information and a timeline for citizens.
We welcome opportunities to review our processes for maximum transparency for Calgarians and regional customers and continue to ensure a strong level of trust. We appreciate it was difficult given the nature of the situation and appreciate the complexities of understanding our system underground. And we had pivots along the way that we experienced that we all went through. During every response, we know that we face a balance in providing enough information or too much information when the situation, and too much information actually when the situation isn't changing as well is one thing we learned. During this event, Calgarians expressed their fatigue in hearing similar and the same messages day in and day out as well. Finally, we want to identify opportunities to make our operations more resilient. It requires highly specialized expertise in key positions that we're required to effectively respond to this emergency. But this specialization is limited to options on staff, and ensuring we have the right staff and depth is important. With the extended duration that we'd never seen before of weeks and months for the HOC, this resulted in people being burnt out. Every employee was affected in some way.
This is among the city's longest responses, and it did take a toll on our staff. We are exploring additional wellness supports and building bench strength through pulling staff from across the organization to be able to maintain the pace and duration of these types of responses. In identifying these opportunities for improvement, we will learn from this response and be stronger when Calgary experiences another event. Next slide, please.
The H2OC in combination with EOC are already taking actions to address some of the learnings we found while completing our reviews. One action has already been completed, and that is updating the water utility bylaw. These updates that you supported provided clearer definitions of activities that are allowed during all stages of water restrictions.
Additionally, there are a number of items that remain underway. The Emergency Operations Center is working with partners around the city to improve the working relationship and provide role clarity between the EOC and all tactical operations centers that are operating in the city. We also want to be able to support, standardize, and build upon some of the great work that is coming from those different areas. We are currently finalizing the updates to the municipal emergency plan. We are working with our friends in crisis communications to create more clarity around communications support when the EOC and tactical operations centers are open, and we're supporting them as they expand their crisis communications team. We're also looking at how we can best support our staff through the trends of more frequent and prolonged events, as we recognize staff wellness is a critical component to a successful response. Both the H2OC and the EOC will continue to incorporate learnings into our ability to respond to future emergencies. Next slide, please. The city provides essential services. We get things done with our 4 C's of commitment to Calgarians, collaboration through teamwork, and bringing the community together, competence and expertise of our team, and the character by showing up consistently and sacrificing personal time to get water services restored for Calgarians. We want to again thank all Calgarians and neighboring communities for their efforts and support through the entire response. We would not have been able to conserve water and protect our water infrastructure without this support and effort. When emergencies happen that are in our city, Calgarians always come together. While this event was a little bit different, Calgarians again showed us their incredible spirit and willingness to be a part of the solution. I'd also like to thank our friends from across the entire Calgary Emergency Management Agency that came together to support. Once again, we are recommending this be accepted into the corporate record, and this concludes our presentation for you today. Thank you for your time, and Director Mackay and I would be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We've got some people in the queue. Let's start with Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Henry, Ms. Mackay. A couple questions. First off, in the report here, this is an internal inspection, a review of your processes and your communications, everything else. How much of this report is content or collaboration or input from the affected businesses, particularly in Montgomery and the residents in Montgomery bonus? How much did they weigh in your assessment and lessons learned?
Certainly, as I mentioned, a few of the statistics there, surveying the communities that are most impacted and our collaboration with them was an important part of input to the report, and it would have come in many of the debriefs that are summarized here as well.
So reaching out to them and holding debrief sessions with them and that sort of thing, that was done?
I can't speak to that if it was the, certainly there's lots of partnerships that we've got with the business, I forget the name, sorry. Yeah.
Certainly from an emergency operations center perspective, this report was focused on our internal processes. So what the debrief looks like for that is bringing all of the agency members together that were involved in the response and allowing an opportunity for them to identify best practices and lessons learned. From an EOC perspective, ours does not include a public forum to be able to debrief that.
Okay. Will there be an engagement with the stakeholders out there? Because quite frankly, in Montgomery, most recently, I had a meeting with a BI and community center together as a year-end sort of conversation. One of the conversations they asked was, when will we be asked, what do we think? When will we be asked, what can be done differently? So that's the reason I'm asking that question.
Let me take that away, and I will get back to you if that's planned. I think that's important. Certainly, I can see on a daily basis with all the customers, we've had lots of interaction that was happening daily through the entire event. So I think we had some of that, and some of the input on water restrictions has already been incorporated. But to your question of Bowness and Montgomery, I will follow up. Thank you.
Just to add a little color to that, in our reflection of what happened last year, communities were saying there was a lot of things that we added as input. We weren't sure who to turn to, whether it was to the local councillor, to Graham and his staff running around, to the, I think you had a hotline or whatever the case would be. There was a confusion as to where to initially put input on, also get feedback as to what they can do. So I think that was one of the things. Similarly, when we talk to other communities now, whether it be work that was on 17th Avenue, Martin Loop, same sort of question. How do we engage them early so that they're part of the recovery process? I think that's the critical question there. The other part of the critical question, of course, is a lot of the businesses, particularly in Montgomery, saw quick drops of revenue during that closure period there, and they're looking for business support. Is that something that, again, part of this review, or is that something that would be looking at in a different channel where we can talk about business support through revenue and supports?
So not through this report, but I think there is work happening with some of my colleagues in terms of disruptions when we are doing planned repairs and work in communities. Okay.
Last question is that you talk about lessons learned. Certainly, all organizations, we do probably 80–90% of what we do is top notch. There's always that little gap there we learn lessons on. I guess my question on lessons learned in terms of engagement, communication with council members, particularly those that were affected, Councillor Sharp, myself, immediately, how do we get engaged right away over and above the rest of council? And not to discount the other councillors, but obviously we have direct, immediately affected constituents. What lessons learned do you think you've established that engages, again, say, Councillor Sharp, myself, in this situation, any other councillor in the future?
So certainly I referenced in the presentation that we're doing some changes to the municipal emergency plan. Those will reflect some of the roles and responsibilities. We're still working through that work right now, so I'm not in a position to present that to you, but some of those roles and responsibilities will be further fleshed out through that municipal emergency plan process.
If I might add, the daily updates, particularly in the latter part of the response, with you hearing the feedback from your constituents was super helpful for us. We were able to adjust traffic routes and respond right away. So I think it's that joint effort of your intel with what we're hearing through the regular channels of 311 and the like. So that partnership with you is incredibly important for us to make things work.
Okay. Mr. McKenna, I was going to say the last thing is that the most recent issue we had of sanitary sewer under the river and the input that you're giving us every day there after that, that's great. Is that a product of what you learned from the water main break?
Thank you for that. What we are recognizing is some of the differences in terms of things that we can do. So that might be communications, like you're seeing more regular updates. There are no service input. There's no ask of Calgarians on that particular one, but there's an interest in more technical information. We understand that, so we pivoted. We've also learned from that as having an on-site operational response on sites for emergencies and how important that is. And actually keeping our tactical operations center open a little longer than we would usually so that we can coordinate things across our organization. I'd say those are three big things in that wastewater one that we've learned and we've pivoted on.
Yeah, thank you. It certainly helped us communicate to our constituents. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Thanks for this report. I think my one question is the shared learnings that we're going to share with other cities across the country and how we expand on that. So I think that, Montreal had essentially the exact same break in August of last year. Same pipe, similar challenges. And so what work are we doing with our colleagues around the country for shared learnings?
Just last week, I was at a BC Municipal Conference talking about sharing some of our lessons. Certainly my colleagues, infrastructure colleagues, connecting with their colleagues. Canadian Water Network is where we share, and the National Water and Wastewater Association. We presented, I presented last November on our experience. People are interested. They're like, wow, you guys really went through a lot and wanted to learn about how we did both the emergency response as well as specific technical questions. So we're sharing that, and I think those are really important things for us to do.
And I'll just add from the emergency management perspective, we do have groups, the Big Cities Emergency Management Group, which mirrors the Big City Mayors Group across the country that we regularly meet with to share lessons learned and to do some of that interaction.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's sort of my follow-up is, it's great that we're sharing out. And I guess, if other municipalities are doing similar, findings or reviews, are we going to be taking those in and sort of cross-referencing them to ours to make sure we're covering all bases? Yes. Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. You mentioned earlier, this is a report looking internally, but who are we writing the report for? Is it just our staff or is it a public-facing document?
This document will be available to the public. Its primary purpose, as I mentioned, after every event, we do exactly this with the focus of making sure it's for us to be able to adjust our processes, make sure that we're continue to capture the best practice processes, as well as learn from those opportunities. So it's a bit of both with this one.
Okay, yeah, because I think even when you think about presenting to the public, we needed some more definition. So while we've identified needing more role clarity, when we look at this document, we're using the EOC H2OC, but you're not really defining what your boundaries are at the start of the report so that as you read through it, you understand where that conflict could have come. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you.
Yeah, so that was one. When it came to communications, we talk about communication so high level, but we don't give it the definition. So one of the questions I asked you before was, from the time of the water main break, when did we start actually communicating in different languages to Calgarians? How long was that gap?
So there was a couple of processes to that. So obviously the Alberta Emergency Alert Broadcast Intrusive Alert went the first morning, very early hours. That goes in English and in French as part of that alert. And then the first translation that we had out to folks was on Monday the 11th. And that's part of the communication that we identified. We need to move a little bit faster in terms of translation to other languages in the city. Subsequently, after the 11th, they were out in 6 hours.
And then what was the form? What does out mean? Was it poster boards?
Yeah, a combination of a whole bunch of different things. So available written materials, posts in different languages, that type of thing.
So when we do some reports, can we be a bit more definitive on how that communication looked and keep those timelines? Because remembering back the chaos that councillors were facing in our ward, Councillor Sharp's handing out bottles of water in our community as well as Councillor Wong, and they're asking councillors to activate our communities. And so, but then they were seeing language barriers. Mm-hmm. And so I find that was that's missing in a lot of the reports I'm reading. And even when I look at this report, it's missing the conflict that we experienced in the moment. And how do you fix it if we don't define it? And so that's kind of some of my pushback on it. Because in a debrief, I'm sure if I went and had conversations with frontline workers, there'd be a lot more substance there. Even when we mentioned burnout, what processes did we create to actually give people the space to heal from burnout, knowing we have staffing levels that it does take time? Did everyone get a vacation? How long was their vacation? Were they stressing about making a paycheck while they were trying to recover from this casualty event? Like, well, not casualty, but like massive event. And so what did that look like?
So that's certainly still in progress. If you'll recall, we went from the Emergency Operations Center point, we went directly from the Bearspaw feeder main into supporting residents of Jasper. So I would love to tell you that our staff are well rested and are recovered. That just isn't the case, and that's part of the work that we need to do to figure out how to do that differently so that we can support our staff better, we can ensure that they have downtime, and it's part of that bench strength conversation to be able to provide additional bench strength so that we can have staff off, can recover people. We know that we're coming into high hazard season and we're going to be asking folks to respond to various things again.
See, and that gives me more concern because I also know we got G7 coming. Our first responders are really like under the gun constantly. So how are we making that a priority in this organization so that we don't burn out the people that are there to save us when shit?
I would also add during mid-cycle for the water services and water folks across the city that work on those services. We did have some growth that went in there, some of our operational staff. To be an operator of our water treatment plants and progress takes 4 years. So we've been doing some hiring at a variety of different levels to address that, to have that bench strength. And those things take time, though, to bring people along. And so those are some of the things that we are looking at.
And then in our entire organization, is this another pinch point where when you have 4 years to actually onboard, or do we have the market that wants to come into this field of work? Like, what's that analysis? Because yes, this is a symbol of other problems that are brewing within this organization. And so I want to kind of fix those. How can we use this to actually make sure all our departments have the bench strength they need?
It's a great question, and I think looking strategically at our workforce and what is the nature of our workforce that we do need in a particularly changing world is important. Using technology is one thing that was never the case at our water treatment plants, and so certainly that has developed and it's changed over time. And so looking at what that is and talking more with colleagues and promoting the city is a great place, and particularly in water services, we look at that.
And if I can add to that, Councillor Winus, we will continue to bring forward recommendations during our November budget discussions where additional resources, including staffing, are required to avoid that burnout and to ensure we have sufficient staff across the organization to respond to these emergency events. As you heard, they're getting more frequent.
Yeah, because like when I look at our first responders, you guys need more investment, more training. Like we even have to create the space to train at the higher level to train those that are coming on board. So I wish you luck with that, and I look forward to that report and presentation because in my head, I don't see a space for you to collect your breath. And that gives me pause and concern. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thanks to the teams that supported the work that was done through all of this, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. And I know there's always a crisis, and Sue, you and your team do an amazing job. Councillor Wong actually asked the question about like how you get the input from the community, and I'm glad to hear you're working on it. And Councillor Winus touched a little bit upon like the burnout rate and making sure frontline services are equipped with the resources they need. And that might not always mean more people, it might mean more support. And that's really sometimes what's important. My question goes back to roles and responsibilities. We've talked a lot about roles and responsibilities in this organization. You mentioned kind of defining the roles and responsibilities at the Emergency Operations Center. But the one thing that's no one wants to talk about is our role and responsibility and how this is really, you're the lead. And people take probably more, I would say, or respond better to people in uniform in a time of crisis. So I've been around for the other crises that have happened. When we went through COVID, it was a reversal between council and administration. Administration took over and council supported, and they did what they needed to do just to make sure messaging was out. What do you see our role as in a time, like if you go back to that moment, I know what I was doing with my constituents and what Councillor Wong was doing, but we followed your lead. So where do you see us falling? Because I feel like a bit of the comms around where we're struggling, and I think maybe the diluted messaging, it was because there was too much messaging. But where do you see us as a role?
Thank you for that question, and that's exactly what we're doing with the municipal emergency plan updates. So there will be more to come on that. We're working with many different organizations across the country to make sure that we're doing a best practice scan and making sure that we understand what others have learned from events, but that will be part of the municipal emergency plan updates that we will be bringing in the coming weeks.
Perfect. And then talking about I would say the timeline that Councillor Winas mentioned, and I think it would probably be, and I'll just ask the question if you can't answer, it's okay. Our real critical frontline folks, like those in mobility and those working on the pipes, were they involved in putting this timeline together, or did they have a different perspective on how they saw things? Because there's sometimes always a disconnect, people on site and then people in the building. How much were they involved, and will they be involved in the next update, in this update?
So certainly from the Emergency Operations Center perspective, they are involved. The teams from each agency do a debrief and roll that all up into the Emergency Operations Center. And some of our folks, they're there representing various other agencies. So our NPO liaison is there representing all of the NPO organizations that function in the city. So their voices are definitely in this timeline, and it's very important for us to have that in there, because it is part of the holistic response and puts us back to that one city concept being the most important part for us.
I'd add in from the H2OC, we did different groups, those who talked to customers, those who worked at the plants, those who were out fixing the pipe, and brought those all together. And this is a roll up, so they were very much engaged.
Great, thank you. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
H2OC. I like W talk, or talk better. Sorry. The emergency management plan. I remember when Chief Burrell had responded to the flood in 2013, and how he had indicated that it was very structured, almost regimental in nature in regards to the plan. So is this plan going to be something similar to that, where you have a very specific plan, objective, communication strategy, all of that built into the plan with some flexibility in it?
So absolutely. When we think back to the time of 2013 where that plan was, the landscape of emergency management was a bit different. And we are having to adjust to legislations that are changing at the provincial level, as well as expectations that are on the agency. So this is designed to be exactly the same piece, a very structured process that allows us to take an all hazards approach to any type of incident that we have, but still builds in a little bit of flexibility for us to be able to respond to the uniqueness of events.
Yeah, obviously, events are evolving, including a pandemic, which is not something, although we had identified it as a future risk, we didn't think it was going to be that imminent. One of the concerns that I heard out there from some of my community folks is messaging. And what I heard a lot is that they started losing confidence in our messaging. And I don't know if it's because of who it was that was relaying the information, or if because it was an elected official versus subject matter expert. But what I did hear from some of the folks after I explained the situation was like, well, I wish I'd have heard that, and maybe they weren't listening. And so is there a greater role that council could play in regards to the whole communication strategy? Because I think part of it had to do with the fact that it was only select individuals that were presenting all the time, and it wasn't more broadly all members of council. I think if all of us had played a small role in providing some of that messaging, it might have helped to gather more public support or sentiment in regards to the believability of the messaging. Is that something that's going to be considered for the future?
And that's a two-part for me. Absolutely, yes. That's part of the municipal emergency plan updates that are coming. And it's also the number of times that we needed to pivot in this response. did cause a challenge in that we were ready to put the feeder main back into service and found these additional hotspots, and it created this landscape of very difficult to explain what was happening in a way that our citizens understood when they couldn't see and couldn't feel the particular event. So absolutely, and that will be part of the municipal emergency plan. As you'll recall, councillors would receive at the end of every day an update from the Emergency Operations Centre with some key messages that they're able to share, which is also a great way to get involved and make sure that the messaging is the same from all members of council.
Yeah, and that was great, but the problem is that our ability to reach a greater mass amount of people that you can through to a public announcement as an example, or through the mass media outlets, the ability to reach a larger audience, I think is where it was lacking from my perspective. I had to explain the same thing over and over again countless times when I could have probably covered a lot more people with just being part of an announcement, even in the background, even just to show that, yes, I agree with what's being said. And then it's not just that one person. It's like, oh, the boy who cried wolf. I've heard it so many times from that same person. I don't know if I believe it anymore. And that's what I heard from some of my constituents. But
thanks for that feedback.
Anyways, it's just some thoughts I want to add in there. It's not that anybody would believe me more, but if as a collective we came out with the same messaging as a council, I think it would have been more believable.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to jump in here with a couple of thoughts.
Sorry, can I point something out clerical, which you may or have already seen on page 3? There's community outreach and pipe inspection. Both of those paragraphs say the exact same thing. But if you go to planned repairs, the first sentence probably ties to pipe inspection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a few questions for you, and they actually dovetail nicely with what Councillor Chabot was saying. In the early days, when we were first experiencing this break, I posed the question of what's the role of mayor and council? Because devoid of a state of local emergency, there was no information on how the mayor and council would be engaged, how we would communicate out. Was there a desire to include us in pressures? What would we do? That was something that hadn't been contemplated, because generally when SEMA jumps into action, there's something happening that requires a state of local emergency. So can you talk about how you're addressing that gap?
Absolutely. So that in the first 72 hours of any incident, it is very challenging to figure out what's actually happening and what information we need to get out to the public. We always start with anything that has to do with life safety, and that's where the focus of our information needs to remain. In terms of spokespeople and in terms of processes, that's exactly what is coming in the municipal emergency plan updates that we'll see in the coming weeks.
Okay. One of the other things that we noted together as a group is that we have to get more crisis communications training out to people that might have to be in front of the public. Where is that sitting?
So we're continuing to support the crisis communications team in terms of bolstering the resources that they have and doing exercises. We had an exercise about 3 weeks ago at the Emergency Operations Centre where that team was present to help us work through some of those pieces. There also is a tie to the municipal emergency plan in that, and what I referenced in delineating the roles and responsibilities between the Tactical Operations Centre and the Emergency Operations Centre will also allow us to have additional horsepower for crisis communications so that we're not duplicating efforts in both of those places.
So I think the crisis communications team did excellent work.
Yes.
But the crisis communications team is only as effective as the information that they are given. And there was gaps in that information coming as quickly as it needed to. And so my question is twofold. How do we ensure that operationally we're getting the information to that team? And how do we ensure that our operational folks, who are the experts in the field, are properly supported with crisis communication skills?
And that's a twofold answer for me. So one is, again, on that roles and responsibilities between the Tactical Operations Center and the EOC. When we think of how that structure flows and if folks have delineated responses and responsibilities, that naturally flows through operations. We did see a bit of duplication of effort between those two places, particularly where our comms folks were operating in both. That's the roles and responsibilities that we need to spend some time to really solidify so that the operational information ends up at the lead of the Tactical Operations Center and into the EOC in an easier, more streamlined fashion.
Mayor Gondek, if I could, in addition to emergencies being led out of my office right now, is just looking at crisis communications across the corporation. And so you're going to hear more about that work here, how that trickles through the organization over the next few months.
Okay, and I keep bringing this up because it's important to make sure our staff are getting supported properly. You can't just throw somebody in front of the camera and say, okay, provide the information for today. They've got to be coached, they've got to be well supported. So, I mean, I keep pushing this CAO Duckworth because I don't think it's happening to the degree that it should. So, you know, I've got your commitment that you're going to make sure that everybody gets the training. That's good to know. I would also ask then, are we looking at roles differently? So the automatic default is that the director becomes the spokesperson. And if the director's not there, it's the acting director. Okay, we just experienced this with the wastewater issue. Are those folks properly trained up? Has there been something booked for them?
So certainly we do spokesperson training, absolutely. And our goal is to have the person who has the most information as well and on the situation who's available to speak to the issue. So we are getting the most information as quickly as possible, but ensuring that they are supported to present.
Okay, thanks. My biggest concern is that we learned a lot about communications with this water main break. We learned that in the absence of information, it's important to at least get out to the public and tell them something. We got ourselves in a trap in the first 3 days of trying to come up with all of the information that people needed instead of just getting out there and saying, here's what we know. So it's not a criticism, it is an observation. I believe that in future we need to move much more quickly because people wanted to know what was happening. So I think we have evolved over time. You've done a really good job of that, but I want to make sure that's documented in the future work that we're doing, that we respond to something quickly to the public. Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I'm going to go to Councillor Meehan to move this.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it, and thank you so much for the presentation and to all the teams who have worked really hard to review how the event went and learn from it. And really that is all you can do. The communications landscape has changed tremendously since, the flood, which is our other really big emergency event that most people will talk about. And it was very much simpler to communicate in that time when more people were watching television. And now I think what I learned from this experience is how powerful just a sign in a community can be, and physical signage and those types of things, because people online are in so many different places. Now it's hard to be able to communicate. I will say, as for some of the comments about council and what our role is, I don't actually think that's for administration to determine. I actually think that that's for council to, as a group of 15 leaders, sit around and have a conversation about. And I think we could absolutely do that better. We should have done that better. And I think that's a learning for us to take away and to come together, for all 15 of us. That's not an official meeting. There are some logistics around that, but those are things that I think that we as a group need to think about. And I know everyone did their best to communicate in the ways that they could. And hopefully we will continue to evolve and learn from this. And with that, I'm open.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Sharp, who's seconding. Okay. Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Thank you again, once again for the report. And per my lines of question, I think we need to engage our community consultants, our community and businesses, and get them to understand how your lessons learned affect what they do and vice versa, what lessons learned they would affect yourselves. It's extremely important when we talk about, as Councillor Meehan's indicated, that roles responsibility is a, if I can say, a family, a village of all of us working together and all of us being able to contribute accordingly. Otherwise, we get confusion, misinformation, disinformation, a whole bunch of other things that really doesn't help our constituents. So, not a criticism, but rather a lot to be observed, a lot to be learned from this, a lot to be defined in terms of roles responsibility. I also agree with Councillor Meehan that roles responsibility of council members, both in terms of engaging our constituents, engaging administration, communicating to the media is extremely important to do. Because again, during that first, 3, 4, 5 days, as Councillor Mayor Gondik's indicated, I was running around trying to figure out who was doing what as well. So I think that's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add that when you are in a situation of crisis, public perception is built upon how quickly you respond. And giving people confidence that we are dealing with something that is unexpected, but we are on it, is the most important message that we needed to get out. And so we did get there eventually, and then we started providing the more technical updates. But I think we are very much in the habit of trying to provide complete information rather than immediate updates. So I think we have learned from this, and I believe that moving forward, we'll be able to respond more quickly. I appreciate how well organized everything was within Calgary Emergency Management Agency. The fact that there's an incident commander, the fact that there are protocols, and the fact that the operations team was brought in. There were regular meetings a few times a day where everyone from the different teams sat together, including communications, to figure out what was happening and what needed to be communicated out to the public. It really was the organization coming together to address this issue. So I want to compliment you on doing that well, especially amidst something that we didn't necessarily have an easy answer to. And I think it's important that we recognize that the public expects us to show up as leaders and indicate that we will be communicating with them regularly and that we will be doing that in a transparent manner. I can say to council, there were many times that messages were sent out to all of council saying, I am encouraging you to please tell your residents that this is serious. It doesn't matter which ward you're representing. This is a citywide issue. There were many, many times we did that. We asked our provincial counterparts to please do that as well. We asked MLAs to let their people know that this is something we needed to take seriously. So could more councillors have communicated? Absolutely. But to Councillor Meehan's point, that's on you. All of the information was provided by these folks. It was provided to you every day. We had updates in the morning, we had updates in the evening. There were graphics that were put out so that you could share things easily with people. So I would say the next time we're in something that affects the city, all of us have an obligation to communicate better, including me. We can all communicate better. Let's go back to Councillor Meehan to close.
Yeah, and the challenge with emergencies is they always show up a little differently every single time. And in this case, it was so tough given that there was no warning. And that's a big difference in terms of how you can respond. And, I give kudos to the team for doing their best, and we'll continue to learn. And with that, I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please. Councillor Demong, your vote, please. Absent. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Demong, noted. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. That takes us up to the next item, which is 9.4.1. This is the Event Center update. It's coming to us from committee, so I'm just going to ask, does anybody need a presentation on this? Nope. If we could just get the recommendations. Hi.
Good morning. Here to make a presentation if desired.
We don't need a presentation, but if you can just walk us through the recommendations, that would be good.
Great, thank you. Recommendations. as put forward through the committee were to give 3 readings, the proposed bylaw to dissolve the Event Center Committee and repeal the Event Center Bylaw 46M2022, Attachment 1, and to thank Deborah Yeldon and Brad Perry for their service as public members of the Event Center Committee. And I believe Clerks has the recommendation on the bylaw up on screen.
Yep. Thank you. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so I'm going to go to Councillor Sharp to move the item.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Council, this was a recommendation that came out of the Event Center Committee, I would say before Christmas or even last summer. Time is flying by. That once the development permit was approved by Calgary Planning Commission, we would dissolve the Event Center Committee. So that means that we would be handing over the baton or shovel or concrete pour, whatever you want to call it, to those that are actually tasked in delivering this project. So this is what this is that we're really dissolving the committee, the terms of reference that went along with that. And I'll address anything else in my close.
Thank you. This is being seconded by Councillor Chabot. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Go ahead to close, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, I would just say that congratulations, administration, for getting us to this point. It's been a journey. It's been an honor to serve as the chair throughout this process, and I think we all learned a lot over the last 3 years, and it was almost 3 years to the date from start to finish of the committee. So super proud of yourselves and looking forward to seeing all the great things that the Event Center will host, concert, community rink events, cultural events, and hockey games, and maybe a playoff run once in our lifetime. So hope and pray. With that, I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 56M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 56M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 56M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 56M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. I think we can get through this next item too. It is 9.4.2. It is also coming to us from committee. Does anyone need a presentation on this one? Okay, not seeing anyone. The recommendations are up on the screen. Can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Meehan, thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Penner, thank you. Oh, Councillor Walcott seconding it. Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect. Don't see anybody in the queue with questions. Over to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
Closed.
Great. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 5B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. First reading of bylaw 16M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. First reading of bylaw 8M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Councillor Thaliwal, there is a special lunch today. Do you want to just tell us about it?
Yeah, Mayor, it's an annual lunch hosted by Dashmish Culture Center. It's part of April being celebrated as a Sikh Heritage Month. And with the Sikh Parade coming on May 8th, 10th, the lunch is in the Power Reception Room. There will be team there. They will have a very brief presentation and then lunch and mingling, and then we'll be back here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just a reminder that when we come back after lunch, we will come here. Actually, Madam Clerk, can we make the motion now?
Absolutely, Mayor. Just 1 minute to get it up.
Okay, so the item that's timed after lunch at 1:15 is 12.2.4. It's the CAO's annual performance review. So we'll make the motion now to go into closed session for that item so we can just meet directly in there. Councillor Sharp, you're going to move this? Okay. Councillor Walcott, can you second this?
Happy to second.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody with questions on this. Let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. So after lunch at 1:15, we will meet in the closed session boardroom. Thank you.
The regular meeting of council will resume in public shortly. Please return to the council chamber.
Welcome back to public session, everyone. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Demong.
Never first. Here.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion to rise and report, Councillors Demong and Wyness. Thank you. Anyone opposed to rising and reporting? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. On the item itself, which is 12.2.4, can I get a mover for this, please? Yeah, Councillor Sharp, and seconded by Councillor Walcott.
Yes.
Great. Do you want to open on it, Councillor Sharp?
I'll just say that conversations are remain confidential because this is technically a personnel conversation. So with that, I'm opened and not much to say to close.
Before you close.
Before I close?
Yes.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes, thank you. Before you close, I just need to clarify. Is anyone needing to have any of these called separately? Councillor Meehan, which one would you like separate? 2, please? Okay, Councillor Wong? Okay, so I'll be calling 1 and 2 separately, and we'll call 3, 4, and 5 together. So now.
Yeah, and maybe one thing I'll do, I will highlight on the last, on the full recommendation, that maybe for public knowledge, the ad hoc committee that the mayor, myself, and Councillor Walcott sit on, because we're standing policy chairs, we have added now the chair of audit committee to join this group. So that is a bit of a change that the public can see.
Thank you.
Thanks. Closed.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk. We are voting on number 1. Please go to eScribe.
Doing the same thing. Councillor Spencer, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-2 with Councillors Wong and Chu opposed. Let's go on to the next one. This is for confidential recommendation 2. Please go to eScribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 7-5 with Councillors Demong, Walcott, Wong, Chu, and Chabot against. What? Oh, sorry. Can we go back? Okay. Did I read a wrong name?
Mayor Gondek, we're unable to cast it for the second time, but I can read it from you from within the eScribe record.
Yeah, if you could, because if I said one of the names wrong, let's just clarify that.
Okay, so the members of council who voted no are Councillor Demong, Councillor Wong, Councillor Meehan, Councillor Walcott, and Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, that's my mistake. I read Councillor Chu's name instead of Councillor Meehan's name. Apologies on that. Thank you. The vote stays the same. I just read the wrong names opposed. Okay, so 3, 4, and 5 are together. Please go to eScribe.
Councillor Demong, thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. That takes us to our break time. When we come back, we will be on item 9.4.3. Counselor Penner, procedural point?
Yeah, I'm actually going to hope that we can actually do the next two items before we go into notices of motion. I'm guessing, are you here for Landscape Maintenance Federation? We have our administration teams who are waiting, and so I would appreciate being able to get through the next two items. The teams have been waiting. I'm hoping that they can be very quick because we've had presentations, and if we could just get through those two items before we break, I would appreciate it.
Have general consensus? Is anyone opposed to general consensus? You'd have to bring a motion, Counselor Penner.
Okay, I'll be virtual then. It's fine.
Okay, we'll be back at 3:45. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
I'm here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Penner, can you hear us?
I am here.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we are on item 9.4.3. Now, this was an item that came to committee. Is there anyone that needs a presentation on this? Nope. Okay, so we'll just take the recommendations.
Okay, so the recommendation is that council give 3 readings to the business license bylaw amendments as proposed in attachment 2.
Perfect. And Madam Clerk, is it just going to take a minute to get it on the screen?
Working on it right now.
No worries.
The screens are just not up.
No problem. You know what, while you're doing that, I don't see any questions in the queue, so I'm going to go to Councillor Penner to move the item.
Yeah, thanks. I feel like a bit of a broken record on this file, so I just want to really capture the highlights and remind council, if they didn't see it, there was an email from Casey Bear today that also, talked about the current conditions. So cannabis is already present at festivals via delivery model. So it's actually not changing what is happening. It's sort of just changing how the delivery or basically how the dispensing is happening to allow for a safe, secure on-site dispensary. It is not everywhere. Festival legislation talks about designated areas for cannabis. Just a reminder, this is a personal choice for a legal substance. And so I would ask that my council committees align us with the cities that Red Deer and Edmonton are already doing this to help support the festival industry, to tourism, to small businesses who are dispensing here, and for those Calgarians who are wishing to make this choice. Moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this item, please? Councillor Meehan, and you're also up in the queue.
Yeah, I'm happy to debate a little bit, and I do want to thank Councillor Penner for bringing this forward, and she's done a great job outlining it. I know that people have strong feelings about cannabis and others have strong feeling about alcohol, but they're all personal choices, they're all legal substances, and there's regulations around their use. There were some comments made in committee that you can't have one toke, you actually can, and this is not all about smoking, and I think that was something that was a little bit missed at committee. Cannabis can be consumed in drinks, it can be consumed in edibles, and like right now, cannabis is being delivered to these festivals and allowing it to be sold on site and having more regulation around it, I think is the right way to go. I saw after the committee some public comments, all seemed quite positive around this, so I understand that people don't like certain drugs, and that's fine. I know that there are always going to be harms with the use of cannabis, but there's absolutely harms with the use of alcohol too. And I don't think it's our job as elected officials at this level to make moral judgments on those things, but rather to bring our regulations in line with what the province has already approved and what has been approved federally. So that's my debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, so there's a letter in here from Alberta Health Services that references the issue around the use of multiple types of drugs as being an area of concern. Is there any way that we're going to be able to control whether or not it's going to be one or the other, or will both be allowed to be sold on site with this bylaw?
They will both be able to be sold.
Okay. And that is a concern that was raised by Alberta Health Services. No other municipalities imposing any regulations around one or the other?
No, we conferred with the City of Edmonton and found that not to be the case, that they allow both.
Okay. So from a debate perspective, thank you. No further questions. Yeah, I almost hate to admit this, but when I was younger, I may have partaken in maybe some of these activities. And personally, I didn't have a problem because I was a more regular user than others, but I had a friend who was not. And when he partook in both, he was out of control. And so therein lies the challenge that I have with this, allowing both to be sold on site, and not the impacts of one or the other, but the combination of the two. And without having the ability to limit it to one or the other, I can't support what's being proposed in front of us today.
Thank you. Councillor Weines, please.
Thanks. A question for admin. I'm just kind of curious because, yes, there's marijuana, but we have the smoking, you have the edible version. And when I look at smoking regulations in Canada, it took a lot of advocacy because of the cancer risks of tobacco smoke, which is a plant, same as marijuana, to progress society to have a regulation on not to smoke around groups where not everyone gets a choice. And then we're going down that same path with vaping. And so I'm just kind of curious when it comes to regulating inhalants that have, because I'm trying to make it equal, not thinking about what we're doing, but the behavior of which someone does. When you exhale, you're putting it out into an environment. And now we're seeing that pushback on tobacco and vaping, but not marijuana. Can you help me understand why we're making this exception for marijuana when we've seen that push for other inhalants?
I think just like smoking sections, we have the consumption sites, which if you choose not to consume, you would stay away from that consumption site. And again, it's 18 plus only.
But yet at this concert, or the venues, the 5 venues that are going to be there, they're not allowed to smoke tobacco. So if it was like for like, there should be similar approvals. So if it's a smoking pit, you should be able to smoke tobacco and marijuana there, not just marijuana. And so I'm confused with that section of this regulation. And it's okay if you don't have the answer, but this is why I'm kind of pushing back on this, because it should be a logical bylaw establishment, not just being like you can have, because when I was looking early on at the presentations we were given, we were told that you're not going to be allowed to smoke. It's marijuana only smoking sections, not marijuana tobacco smoking. And that's why I think we've had these conversations before, but. You got an answer from law?
I'm just wondering if I can clarify.
Yeah.
The amendment before council today is only regarding the sales and licensing the sales. Consumption is already dealt with in both our smoking and vaping bylaw and the cannabis consumption bylaw. Just going back to Councillor Chabot's observations, the cannabis consumption bylaw prohibits an alcohol consumption and cannabis consumption taking place in the same area. They have to be distinct. To your point, Councillor Weines, and sorry, it's a little hard because both bylaws overlap.
Yeah.
Necessarily. The cannabis consumption bylaw only speaks with designating a temporary consumption area for cannabis and not other types of vaping or smoking.
Yeah.
Whereas the vaping, the smoking and vaping bylaw just doesn't distinguish between substances. Yeah. And you're catching us a little bit flat-footed because I'm not quite sure. I think they do align, but
we're compartmentalized. So it's not even, like, even though there's been comments that this is streamlining it, you can see we're creating gaps too and confusion in our bylaws that currently exist. Yeah, so that's kind of a weakness and why I don't really like where we're going with this. I think there needs to be more work, and like if it was just to regulate the sale of edibles at a concert, cool, because that's in line with the sale of alcohol. You're impacting yourself and your choice of co-consuming, fine. But when we're doing this, picking and choosing what inhalants you're going to do, when there's already existing bylaws that contradict each other, that's where I see I'm challenged by our policy. But thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Yeah, just a quick question. Hi, sorry. You have comparables in terms of Red Deer, Edmonton, I think a third. How are our regulations here consistent with them? Are they stronger, same, or less than their regulations?
So we had a meeting with AGLC, and they did comment that the city of Calgary was a bit ahead in terms of cannabis bylaw and regulation.
Yeah, a bit ahead in which way?
Well, for example, the business license bylaw that we're looking to change today prohibits mobile business units, where the city of Edmonton did not have the same clause in their business license bylaw.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a little more debate. I wasn't going to, but after some of the comments, I get it. Don't really have a problem with this because marijuana is legal. Other substances is being bought and consumed. It's a tough world out there. If people want to have a drink or a hooch to relax at the end of the day, if nothing problem with that. If you put them together, yes, you might have a problem. But I guess my point why I've been voting no is the message it sends. Because not only do people then want to have a drink and then smoke some pot, but then they want it stronger and stronger. And it just seems to be what we see outside of these doors all the time. You have a pretty serious addictions problems. And I have a personal aspect to this. Someone very near and dear to me and my family died when he was 30 years old, and he thought it was just a joint, but it was at a bar, and it was laced with fentanyl, because you got to make pot stronger and stronger all the time, like you see. It's not like the old days. He's dead. And this is what happens. People want to consume stronger and stronger, and then it's the pot, and then the stronger pot, and then they mix it with fentanyl, then it's meth, and then on the street they're consuming other very hazardous things. And maybe it's the time in the society where we say, maybe that's not enable or encourage people to do this type of behavior. So again, I get it. I get why people want to relax, and it's not a big problem with this, but I have a personal aspect to this, why I think it's something that, again, it just sends the wrong message. And maybe City Council, we should be saying, maybe we should just maybe back off consuming so much alcohol and drugs, and this could lead to more and more addictions problems. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Unlike my colleague, Councillor Chabot, I have no experience with these. And so I'm not speaking from a place of personal knowledge, but mostly just actually things that I've observed. But one of the comments that I wanted to really emphasize about the distinction between smoking tobacco and some of the regulations and the purpose there is often around the impact that it has to people around you. So in particular, a lot of the discussions and historical regulations around the, ring fencing or segregation of tobacco smokers is often a discussion around secondhand smoke as a part of it. Marijuana products have a similar impact with regards to secondhand smoke, but there's an additional one in that it is that there is an impact on your personal sobriety, in the sense that it's something that is utilized similar to alcohol with regards to your cognizance and your sobriety. And so they may be something that is delivered in the same way by nature of having the smoking, but they also, that impact of marijuana smoke is very different from cigarette smoke, because it's that compounding impact of the sobriety and that you might have from being in that area. So the separation is still a good thing. Alongside, of course, the fact that if you enter into that space, there are many other venues or methods of consumption for marijuana and cannabis products that would be happening in those areas. But that distinction is really necessary, just because of one is a primary a health discussion and the other is actually a sobriety discussion. And to my colleague, Councillor McLean's point, to be honest, I don't think that's a bad conversation to have. I actually, we talk about visiting our local supervised consumption sites all the time, also known as our bars, and whether or not we should have such a proud culture of consumption in those spaces is maybe something that can be a broader discussion. But until that time comes, that's just a question of regulating personal choice and health and safety. And in that case, then whether it be supervised consumption sites like bars, or whether or not it is actually just being able to give people personal choices in regulated areas at 18+ events, I think it's something that we should continue to regulate and take care of.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll go back to you, Councillor Penner, to close.
Yeah, thanks. So a couple things. Cannabis as sold through a dispensary is regulated. Regulated substances are the safest substances. So I think we need to be really careful when we sort of equate situations to the safety of a substance. Any regulated substance couldn't be laced with anything. So we are talking about the safe, legal sale of a regulated substance. That's super important, and the safe and legal distribution of it. So that's really important. To Councillor Winus's points, a couple things. if a festival chooses to have a designated smoking area for cigarettes, they can do that. Similarly, they get to choose if they have a designated cannabis consumption area for smoking. And important to note, just with respect to the AHS letter, cannabis consumption areas at festivals have a ton of regulations around them. And one of those regulations is that you actually cannot consume alcohol and cannabis in the same area. You cannot bring your alcohol into it. I would also remind my colleagues that you could choose to purchase legal cannabis and legal alcohol and consume them in your private residence simultaneously. Festivals are not necessarily going to be the thing that tips people over the edge. These are personal choices that we are giving people, and we know many people don't mix substances. We know that there are people who simply partake in alcohol, and we know there are people who simply partake in cannabis. So I think it's really important to remember one is not necessarily equated with the other. There are a number of checks and balances that are built into our festival policy, into other bylaws that we have. What we are talking about is regulating the system of dispensary, whether or not we are taking it from something that is already happening from a mobile standpoint, which is causing safety considerations for cannabis dispensers. So again, if we want to talk about public safety, let's think about this. It is already happening at festivals. Do we regulate it a little bit more rather than actually having a less regulated environment? So I would ask that you support this to create a safer environment from a regulation and dispensary standpoint. And I hope you can support it. I think that this is a good move. I think this is well supported by the community for those who are choosing it. And I think that there's real opportunities of us potentially missing out on other opportunities in a constrained environment. These festivals bring in outside venues or like outside guests. They bring in people from outside of the city. These are sought after activities that are happening, like the festival experience. And I think that we have actually an opportunity to create more opportunities in a really safe way. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Dollywall, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 7-6 with councillors McLean, Wyness, Dollywall, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 55M 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chabot, Sharp, Chu, McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 55M 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 55M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 55M 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors is opposed, and that is carried. That brings us to 9.4.4. This is the Enhanced Maintenance Agreement and Infrastructure Agreements Policy. This one was presented at committee. I'm wondering if anyone needs a presentation. No, not seeing a need for a presentation, but we will take the recommendation from you.
Thank you. Thank you. Recommendations before you are to give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 26M 2025 to amend the Parks and Pathways bylaw and to rescind the Enhanced Maintenance Agreement and Infrastructure Agreements Policy CSPS 007.
Thank you very much. There's a couple of questions in the queue. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, I was just made aware of a new bill that's being introduced by provincial government, specifically Bill 51, and just wondering whether or not that's going to have any impact on this.
I'm not informed on Bill 51, but I don't believe so. Do you know?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Chabot. I'm looking at General Manager Deb Hamilton just to confirm, but I do not believe, I think that's specific to school sites.
I'm not aware of anything, Councillor Chabot, but we can certainly take it back and look.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking is because it's all well and good to talk about school sites, but it's considered municipal school or SSPR these days, right? Special Purpose School Park and Recreation. And whether or not that falls under that potential bill is, I guess, what's at question from my perspective.
And again,
it sounds like somebody from law might be able to respond.
Perfect.
Sorry, one of my colleagues has been looking at the bill in more detail than I have, but no, I don't think it has any implications for this particular issue.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. When you talk about greater flexibility, does that mean greater flexibility when writing contracts and engaging in contracts with communities?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wyness. The flexibility right now is with the flexibility of the groups, we'll be able to enter into the agreements and the types of the agreements, but through the work of the program review, we will also be reviewing the templated agreements to see how we can make them more plain language and streamlined.
What about flexibility? Because when you look at some of the templated documents, you have amenities that you're forcing communities in that are not even a part of the space that you're entering into the agreement. So how will you have that flexibility to say either, yes, this is a part of what you are entering into this contract for, say, a mowing schedule, or whether it's not applicable? Because that's really difficult right now.
Yeah, and so I think we can take that back and work with law to try and find a way to incorporate that flexibility, making sure that we're still covering off the potential risk for the city, but also not putting extra burden on the communities or the groups.
So then will we take for the first little bit a lot of feedback in to start adjusting and make it actually streamlined for citizens that are engaging in this?
Yep, so step one of this is to review the programs, and then the agreement work will come after that.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me just see if there's anybody else. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so can I get a mover for this item, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to move the recommendations. There's some of the things that are part of the plan as being incorporated into this is something that that may actually benefit some of my communities, especially considering I saw something about shade structures in there that might potentially be a benefit from some of my communities. So happy to move the recommendations and try and address any issues in my close.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, you're seconding and you would like to speak?
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you for this work, Ms. Fifield and team. I do think this is an amazing opportunity to use our imagination and our relationship with the communities that we shepherd in this city to come up with great ways to build local ownership and a sense of place in a time when it's desperately needed. So many opportunities to connect with your neighborhood right out your front door. And sometimes it's creating a community garden or being involved in a local project that kind of seals it for folks. So I'm grateful for this work. I'm taking from the answers that there's lots of flexibility out the other side of this. And if anything, this is creating much wider guardrails for the conversation moving forward. So excited about that and looking forward to seeing where this work goes.
Thank you. And I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Spencer. Closed.
Right, be scribed to vote, please.
Mayor Gonda, the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 26M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 26M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 26M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 26M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us to item 9.4.6, which is a notice of motion for adequately funding the Ward Community Event Fund. Councillor Wyness.
Thank you, and Councillor Dollywell is my second, just for the record. So this notice of motion is brought on by the inflationary pressures our communities are under to host community events. And some may think this is only about activating community associations when it's about activating our wards and having local events such as movies in the park, skate events, like Holly festivals. But the 10,000 that we've haven't really adjusted as our communities continue to grow out is inadequate. And when I started working with the communities in the long line of lists of groups I had to turn down because you have to prioritize. And so this year I took an inventory and said, how much do your events cost? How much are you needing to activate in Ward 2? And because our wards are the size of a major city, I started thinking, well, let's figure out a number to increase it. So the first ask in this is to increase to 47,000 with the ultimate goal of being 50,000 for our ward. I think it's fair. It would help all our volunteer groups, whether they be a community association or communities members just coming together to put in an application. I think it helps activate each one of our wards when we have created a program just to invest in community activation in the downtown core to the tune of $2.4 million to make sure that it's vibrant and festivals can happen there. But we didn't really think about getting to the far edges of our community. So what I ask is council support this increased investment, and each one of you or each councillor will be able to allocate to what that means for one of your wards. And I think it would be a great investment when a movie in the park costs $5,000. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thaliwal, you're seconding.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Penner, you've got an amendment?
Yeah, I do have an amendment to this, and I have sent it to clerk, so I think they have it. I do not disagree that we should be increasing the amount to the Ward Community Event Fund, but simply increasing it without data from all wards, simply increasing it without understanding the differences in context between wards can create a bit of a disparity. So I will just use the difference between Ward 3 and Ward 11. So and this is only if we gave to community associations, and I respect that we do have many, many groups that we give to, and I know I give to more than just my community associations. Ward 3 has 4 community associations. I have 18. So even at $50,000, Councillor Meehan's communities could get 12 grand each, and mine would still be stuck with maybe 2. And so already it's not creating a level playing field unless we put some caps and parameters and really some boundaries around this. So I do think we should be supporting community associations in a much better way. I think we need more fulsome information and data. So clerks, if you can display my amendment. What I'm proposing is that we double the amount for the next 2 years and then reevaluate it and bring it back for discussion for the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. And so we basically don't predetermine what is happening in 2027 to 2030. So this would mean that everyone would have $20,000 for 2025 and 2026. Then we can get some information and data, have a more fulsome conversation, likely with the Federation of Calgary Communities, with our community groups, and come up with that determinant number and any other policy updates that we might want to consider for the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. Again, I want to say, absolutely, I support activation in our communities. I want there to be some degree of equality across our communities because wards are not the same. And I think that we need to be really mindful of what we're doing and how we create that fairness between communities. Moved. My amendment.
Thank you. Can I get someone to second that amendment? Councillor Wong, thank you. I just want to clarify for the queue. Councillor Wong, are you in the queue on the main or the amendment?
I'll speak to the amendment. So I appreciate what Councillor Penner has put up for. When she speaks of Ward 11 having 18 communities, I have 21 communities. I have 5 business improvement areas. I have a whole host of arts and culture societies and groups, and cultural groups and societies. Like, I got a city within a city. And I got many organizations within that. And for the allocation we had, each year $10,000 just barely scratched the surface, especially when considering the downtown core, whatever we do, we attract everybody from around the city to come to us. I agree with the amount of $20,000 for 2025, 2026, reevaluating for 27 to 2030, the appropriate need. But when we do the evaluation, we have to take a look at, again, many different contexts in terms of organizations, special interest groups, arts and culture. But not only those that are within our inventory, but those are also getting subsidies in other ways as well. And those subsidies are directed perhaps by arts and culture group, for example. So I support the 25-26 increase. I would look at, again, a much more comprehensive view for 27 to 30. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to see Councillor Meehan, was it on the amendment or the main?
Yeah, the amendment. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Penner, for bringing this forward. And Councillor Winus, I like the spirit of your notice of motion, but I can't support 5Xing a fund before we've even tried doubling a fund. And I think, this, you found a funding source in Council Innovation Fund to begin with, but then repeating over time, you would have to draw from, just general budget. So that's another thing I think we should consider. And I do think it's pretty unfair when you do have very different demands across the city for councillors like Councillor Wong and Councillor Penner. I also think that we have to be careful with this because people also see it as a sort of incumbent way of just buying support in their communities. And that's, you can shake your head, but that's how people will view some of this, is if you're giving yourself an additional $50,000 or a total of $50,000 to fund community events. And so that's why I do like the idea of coming back to council services and some of the things that Councillor Wong was saying, how are we going to make sure that this is ultimately fair for everybody? So I will support the amendment. If the amendment fails, I won't support the main. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Winus.
I think everyone's forgetting that when you give this money to the community volunteers, you're activating your community, whether it be 3 community associations or 20, because that gives your community the ward boundary to actually commute less to go to an event. When this council is dropping $2.4 million just for downtown activation, and we're scoffing at $50,000 for a ward when we're roughly representing 100,000 people, where's the equity in that? This is Calgarians' tax dollars, where the return of the ward community event fund is about $1.39 per person at an event, whereas the festival and event subsidy program is $2.18 a person. This is a fund that actually activates your community, gives you vitality, and allows your neighbors to connect together. And while everyone's sitting here going, oh, that's too much, or that's not enough, or what about me? This is about Calgarians first and foremost. That's who's doing the work. So I will not support Councillor Penner's motion.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I find myself rather torn because I do see the merits of what Councillor Winus is outlining, just in terms of some of the disparity that already exists between the inner city and the outer edges. And also just if we are going to kind of prorate this in the future around existing community associations, I mean, the way the city has now evolved to grow is fundamentally different than when the city was growing back in the 40s and 50s. Associational life has atrophied, and arguably this is an amazing injection to that. A great way to incentivize edge neighborhoods to say, hey, if you organize yourself, you can start funding for a local rink on the community association land. You can start to, well, you couldn't do that specifically this, but you could bring neighbors together at an event to talk about doing that larger project. So I do find myself kind of stuck. I guess maybe before, I'm leaning towards voting no on this amendment, because I think it just continues to kind of muddle this conversation. I do like that this is clean. It's just a chunk of money. But I do kind of, I stutter at the 2025 for this. So if the mover is willing to make the 2025, bump it out after, or put in an amendment there after the election, so that we can do away with some of the concerns that Councillor Meehan has outlined, I find myself amenable to what the original mover moved. or the notice of motion.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Just a quick question to administration, and I don't know if anybody can answer this who's here, but my recollection that the Ward Community Event Fund was one of the core reasons for the setup of the Council Services Committee, or at least one of the duties of the Council Services Committee, to make sure that there was some degree of governance on it in how it was spent and how it was utilized. And I was wondering if maybe someone could comment in general about the interaction between the WCEF and Council Services Committee, because it's been a while since that interaction at Council.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Walcott. It's Jeremy Fraser here, Deputy City Clerk for Council Governance Services. At the inception of the Council Services Committee, review and approval of Ward Community Event Fund applications was part of the mandate of the committee. As the business of the committee proceeded, I think members of council or councillors found the timelines associated with getting those Ward Community Event Fund applications approved at committee unworkable, frankly, in terms of the timelines they needed to respond to requests for funding from the community. And so that was removed as part of the mandate of the committee in the procedure bylaw. And so now those applications are received by the council services team within city clerks, and they're forwarded to the responsible councillors' offices, and they're assessed and decisions are made by the ward councillors on those applications, and then they're handed back to the council services team, who does the follow-up on ensuring the disbursements of any funding that's allocated is followed through on.
Is there any concerns about the increased amounts and the level of due diligence your team would have to do on the follow-up?
Councillor Walcott, I think the only thing that, and I'm just really speculating here, I have to emphasize that, it would just be that with a larger pool of money, there will probably be more applications, and that will drive some workload within the council services team. We just have to see what that looked like as the workload evolved over time.
Okay, thank you so much. To be honest, I want to start with actually how my initial reaction to this notice of motion was extreme neutrality. I generally think that the dollars that are available to us are fine. I think we can navigate these, and whether or not it's more or the same, I figured that people can navigate it. It was actually a conversation that I ended up having as a reaction to Mayor Gondek's later notice of motion, and alongside conversations I had with my staff, is actually just that at this point, we're getting into a space where we're doing another organization's job. In particular, this degree of grant funding that we are managing as a councillor, the $10,000 was manageable, but at this scale, there's concern generally about our ability to do this equitably. It's our ability to distribute fairly, and of course, the actual management and auditing of those dollars is changing when we have so many partners that do this for us, in particular with regards to the Activate YYC grants, the FCC, Parks Foundation, and so on. And so I still kind of sit here in a place of, I think we'll be okay either way, but I do want to emphasize that the most convincing argument for me was that this is getting into a space where it might not be our job anymore, and our job to distribute grant fundings from the ward office. So with that, I will support the amendment and see what happens.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong.
Thank you, Mayor. The WCEF program for the last 15 years, to my knowledge, has been a very successful program. There can be no denying that over 15 years, the value of $10,000 has certainly depreciated to a point where we do need to increase it. I am very hesitant to, as somebody said, 5 times it without any kind of data to back it up. I know full well that my communities would happily eat up $50,000 going into programs, but at the same time, I do want them to be encouraged to raise part of the money themselves. So I like the idea of going to the $25,000 and do some studying over the next 2 years, see what it's being used for, see how it's being used, and whether it does need to be increased from there. So I'll be voting for the amendment.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
had to read that again because what Councillor DeMong said, it's 20,000. 20. Okay.
That's right. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm also torn on this. I appreciate the sentiment around the 50,000, and certainly I'm sure we could certainly spend it. I can tell you, I received so many requests for funding from external organizations outside of my ward looking for some funding from a whole bunch of different organizations thinking, hang on a second, I got $10,000 and I've got 11 communities. I can't even give them $1,000 each. So how is it that I'm going to be able to provide funding for other organizations outside of this? We used to have a process where if there was a request for something that was more regional in nature, or had a broader citywide potential impact, and it was over 25,000, that it was then determined by the council coordinating CCCO office. And so I think having a program like that might be beneficial in light of some of the requests that we've received over time, even just in this term. Because I've had some requests that were like, whoa, that's more than my entire fund. But if we did have a pool of money that we could then allocate to some of those more regional type of opportunities, and of course similar to what we had before, which is it would be a one-time opportunity, so that people coming back to us, inside of a 2 or 3 year time frame wouldn't qualify. So we could continuously look at new events and festivals, and how we could subsidize those or help them to take root, if you will. I have to agree. I'm torn. I think 50,000 is a little too much, and as was said, the administrative burden that this would add to our own offices, let alone city clerks, I think would be somewhat cumbersome. I think doubling it is maybe a reasonable way to move forward, at least for the time being, and then reevaluate it at the end of 1 year and see whether or not we need to increase it further. So I'm inclined to support this. Interested in hearing a compelling close as to why I should fully support this, or I don't know. I think 50,000 is just going too far.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I'm going to go back over to Councillor Penner to close on the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. So just a couple points of clarity. So the $20,000 would be for 2 years. It'd be for 2025 and 2026. And for the review to come at the end of Q3 2026 for the following budget cycle. And I have talked with Council Services, and they're in support of that. What I hear from everyone is what we are hearing from community, both from ethnocultural groups, from our community association groups. They are looking to activate. The costs to do that are going up, and there is absolutely value in the vibrancy and the sense of community and the sense of place. And the good use they do, and they do leverage these dollars. Absolutely, there is no denying that. I think having the data, I think looking clearly at who we're supporting, how much we're supporting, how we create a degree of equality, not necessarily equity, but a degree of equality across our city, so that organizations don't feel like they're pitted against each other, so that they can actually have shared learnings and shared opportunities to work together or to source vendors that are similar. But one organization doesn't feel at a detriment because there's just simply more of them in a certain area than in another area. I think that is the fair and appropriate way to go forward. And again, nothing is going to be perfect. But I think without evaluation and without data, we could be taking a leap into something that could probably cause us more problems and headaches and disparity. And we're having to fix that conversation. And with respect to the other events and festivals, I agree, there are a number of them. I think there's work to do in coordinating where people get information about the different grant funding available. But it is something we may need to look at broader as a city. And I think that those are future conversations we can continue to have as we explore how we support community in the city. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote on the amendment, please.
Councillor DeMong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Konda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-3 with Councilors Wyness, Thaliwal, and Chu voting against. We will go back to the main motion. I don't see anybody left in the queue on the main, so I'm going to go back to Councilor Wyness to close.
Thanks. It's unfortunate that you guys didn't realize that I did look through all the applications when I was writing this NOM and looked at what was being submitted and what returns we were getting and how our communities were struggling before he decided to cut it. We'll be back here. Like, it's fine. Thanks. Closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yeah, the computer's hating me again. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Konda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. That takes us to item 9.4.7. This is a notice of motion for customer service standards for essential water service disruptions. Over to you, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I've been sitting on this notice of motion probably since last summer when everything kind of transpired. And so just to preface it, my open is this motion isn't about assigning blame or anything. It's about raising the bar in our customer service practices when it comes to essential water service. We had a great presentation this morning. The team knows where they benefited from and where they need some, I guess, support and where they need to excel. But one of the things that over the last couple of, I would say, months is understanding that Calgarians expect and deserve a little bit more clear and timely updates when their water goes out. Whether it's a boil water advisory or a full outage, people need to know what's happening, where to get the water, and when service will be back. Unfortunately, the experience has been a little bit inconsistent. And again, it's not blame. It's the fact that we're a growing city and getting information out has been hard at a time of when people need it. Let's put it that way. In Bowness, about a month ago, 25 homes were without water for a full week, and many residents had no idea what was happening, where to get their water, and how to access showers. And it was a little bit different than having a boil water advisory. They turned their taps on and they had no water. So we can't always rely on people scrolling through social media, finding a sign outside their house, and not knowing what to do. So we're asking for a report back to look at what we're currently doing and what other municipalities are actually doing, how we can improve, especially for our most vulnerable population like seniors and people with mobility challenges. It also asks for better communication standards, more detailed information provided when you call 911, a clear website, and ideally something like a text alert system. So just like we get for our garbages reminder and our recycling, I get every Tuesday and Wednesday night letting me know to bring out in the morning. We could even leverage that. I do know that the city of Airdrie is keen on meeting with me and talking about what they've been using for best practices. So I'm hoping that we can extend that into administration. So I'm calling on a way for us to measure progress so that we're accountable to Calgarians. And water service is one of the most essential things we can provide to our city and our customers. So I think that our customers also deserve that. With that, I'm opened.
Thank you. Who's seconding this one? Oh, thanks, Councillor Wyness. Okay, let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I just have a question. Most of this looks good. So is some of this underway and you're looking for it in one report? And then my other question is for some of the suggestions, like, for example, giving complimentary daily recreation passes, is that if there is a cost associated with that, is that something that we would then bring to budget? Is my questions. Everything else looks good to me.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I have a lot of questions about this, and I'm hoping maybe administration can maybe help me with this, and then maybe Councillor Sharp, you can answer in your close. I think I see a lot of this could have came in as administrative inquiry, and I think there's some work that we're doing. So maybe administration, so customers affected by essential water disruption giving daily recreation passes. Is this not a practice that we already have in place?
Thanks for the question. It is a practice that we have in place, but not in all cases, and we are working to improve that. So certainly we are aware that, and we're welcoming the review. We've got some work underway looking at what colleagues do across Canada and bringing that forward. We have a team working on this and being more consistent. We know that Calgarians do want to know more about the estimated return to service times. They want timely updates. We have some of those things in place, but we know we can do better. And so we welcome this and talking with other cities to come back with further information as outlined here.
Okay, thanks. And then like the last point, the measurement tool, the number, duration, I just know when I was doing some research for this, we actually have a lot of this information on like our data site, like data.calgary.ca. Do you see this as being sort of more than what we're offering? And so like, again, welcome like how we like, you know, increase the information that we're opening, like that we're giving through that open data source.
Thank you for the question. All of our outage data is available on the open data portal, indeed, and we do have some measures in place in our regular service line reporting. What, in addition, is here, I think, in the last bullet is, you know, with the feedback from customers. And I think from our report this morning to today, we're wanting to bring that and continually improve. We want to continue to adapt and make sure that we are providing excellent service. So some of that's there.
Okay, thanks. So I'll just debate. Yeah, I'll be honest, like I sort of felt like this could be an administrative inquiry and that we could just build from that to do some things. I mean, I don't see any harm in passing this. I think, again, continuous improvement is something that we're always striving for. So I'll support it. I'm not, and again, I guess learnings are learnings. We'll go from there.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this morning, thank you. Earlier this morning, we had a conversation with Chief Henry. I asked a question about businesses and how we're engaging business. Do you see this supplementing that question I asked earlier?
Thank you. Indeed, nobody wants a water outage. It's a reality of running a water system. And of course, that's impactful to those who are out and particularly to businesses. And so we do track that, and feedback from businesses is very important. One of the things that we do, but when we can, is provide temporary water services. It's not always possible given the nature of the system, and particularly for businesses. You can't run some businesses without water. Alberta Health will not allow it. So we work very closely with them to provide additional connections. So we're very conscious of that, and both from the business as well as for those, it's very impactful, of course, for residents, and we want to get them back in service.
So in addition to the continuity of water services, communication, engaging, collaborating with them as to how to either provide, you know, full service or some amended service. That's part of this.
It is, yes.
Okay. The other question I guess I was going to ask, I can't remember if I asked yourself or GM Morgan, and that was with regards to the number of water distribution, water main breaks in communities. I asked the question about, do we have a stats on those? And I guess, and I'm not sure, GM Morgan, if you've got an answer there, because I think you were going to reply back to me with everybody. Did you want to?
Sure. Two things. One, we do have the open data portal where anybody can fish themselves and look at the stats on water main breaks within communities in Calgary going back 50 years. So lots of information there. We're currently working on a summary for you of that database to summarize it up and make sure you have that information.
Okay. The reason I asked that question, of course, I get, you know, the same question as it relates to land development and densification and everything else as such. And I guess the parlay to this question is if we're providing communications and improvement about, you know, water distribution, water services, this and that, how does that work with people who are interested in a development permit and that?
So certainly before any, I would look to some of my planning colleagues to fully answer that, but any development, we have a look at servicing and what's needed before that's part of our process in terms of essential services required as part of what we would look at.
Okay, because that's a question a lot of people in communities are asking. Says, how do we, if a development permit comes forward, how do we know whether the infrastructure is there or, you know, that the disruptions or breaks and that sort of thing? That's what we're trying to get out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the learnings from Audit Committee from the last 3 years for me has just been the opportunity to take learnings in the spirit of continuous improvement and use them in other areas. Obviously, this is very pinpointed to Councillor Sharp's experience, but I guess maybe a question for Mr. Morgan or anyone else in operations. Would this be, is this directly moving into a field of customer service work that would immediately impact other service lines?
Thanks for the question. Indeed, this is an indicator of where we would like to go. A couple of things that we're working on across the corporation. We have what's called the CARE program, which is how we care for employees when they phone 311, the level of service and communication that happens in that project. So that's one. Number two, across operational services, we're looking at what we call the customer level of service and what our commitment to customers are and how we're doing against that commitment. So starting to develop that and certainly talking to council about what that means. And then overall, I know we're working on the services overall and on our customer service and what it's like to interact with the City of Calgary. So I know the COO is leading some work there as well. So working in those three areas, but this would be a good example of kind of a micro of where we want to go and create that consistent experience when you're a citizen of the City of Calgary.
Thank you. Further comments? Nailed it. Okay. So yeah, I have to admit, like when I first saw this, my initial reaction was just because it was so pinpointed to one very specific situation when the City of Calgary obviously has many, many complicated service lines and difficulties with many of them. Obviously, this one very, very high profile. I was kind of concerned about, over committing in one direction. But it sounds like the organization will very much use this as an opportunity to pursue continuous improvement across our service lines. So in that spirit, I'm quite supportive.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Just a quick question to administration on the timeline, because I think that this is fine. And it sounds like everybody's really on board. So it's just a question about July 29th. What I'm hearing from administration is that a lot of this work is part of kind of a continual improvement program. So, you know, in the vein of many kind of things at council, sometimes the direction puts a little bit of pressure and a spotlight on something that's ongoing. Is the July 29th regular meeting of council a good time to come back, or was there already a planned return to council with some of the improvements that were underway from the learnings that we've experienced over the last year, especially given the conversation we had this morning about the feeder main?
Go ahead.
This is a program of work that we have been working on, and I think the July 29th meeting would be a good time to bring that back. Give some information to council on what other cities are doing and get some direction on where you want to go on some of these things and incorporate that into the work going forward and build out a plan to implement this over time that makes sense.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Red, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so back over to you. Actually, I'm just going to add one thing, Councillor Sharp. I appreciate you bringing this because we were in the thick of figuring out how to communicate with residents last year. So I appreciate that you brought this forward. And I think anytime we can improve performance standards and anytime we can clarify what customers can expect, it's a very good thing. So thank you for taking something that was really difficult to manage last year and turning it into something good. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just answer a couple questions that were brought by my colleagues. So Councillor Penner, just to go kind of back to, administrative inquiry, the only difference is that the unfortunate thing, an administrative inquiry can't give direction to improve. So I had spoken to administration on this notice of motion, and we did flesh out timeline, making sure that they had enough time. I don't want to add more strain, but the 29th seemed to work. Back to Councillor Meehan regarding the shower passes. I actually learned through the last month that was available. I didn't actually even know that as a councillor. I was about to go buy them myself and actually say, oh, Duckworth told me, no, don't do that. We actually provide this. So that was a learning for me just in the last month, which I thought was amazing. So in these circumstances that administration allows that's great. I would say that when the report comes back on July 29th, if there are additional costs to implementing some sort of customer service best practices or tools, that would be something we would forward to the budget at the time, and we'd have that bigger conversation. So really what we are looking for in this notice of motion is I'm asking for a really strong set of customer service standards. And yes, Councillor Spencer, I had focused on water. It is a service that we provide our constituents, not saying that these folks in front of us can't use this as a model to improve customer service standards throughout the corporation. And really this motion sets us up on a path to be more transparent, responsive, and consistent, and also learn from other cities. And those cities we actually support. So like the city of Airdrie, if they have best practices, let's learn from each other because we're all kind of serving the same people. With that, I really hope everyone can support this, and I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Concha, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. That takes us to the next item, which is a notice of motion from me. So Councillor Sharp and I are going to trade places.
Okay, when you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Council, this is a notice of motion to invest in community spaces and facilities, and it is tied to the surplus that we saw in the NMAX dividend. We realized this year that we had additional money over and above what we thought we would be receiving, and it is Council's authority to either have that funding go directly into the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund, or we have the ability to direct it. I'll remind you that last year on May 28th, we had a unanimous decision to redirect those funds, $35 million of the dividend variance, to go to the reserve for future capital. So what I'm trying to accomplish this year is something very similar. We know that our facilities management annual investment program is vastly underfunded. There are a lot of projects that are things like arenas, soccer centers, wading pools. There's lighting, roofs, HVAC repairs that are needed. A couple of examples for you. Prairie Winds Park wading pool is desperately in need of repair. Part of that is underway right now. Bowness wading pool has a chemical storage upgrade that is required. Shoaldice electrical upgrades are needed because of the water main break that happened last year, and there's not enough funding within that annual investment program. So I'm proposing that we move $20 million towards that facilities management program to take care of some of the things that are in critical condition. The other thing that I would like to achieve with this is allocate $2.85 million to a granting program in concert with the Federation of Calgary Communities. About a year ago, I made a commitment to work more closely with FCC as well as community associations in Calgary. And as a result of that, Federation of Calgary Communities came up with a great proposal for how a granting program would work. I had the chance to listen to many community associations talk about the things they need, like gazebos and seating, and they'd like to do some murals. This allows them to access funding to get those things done locally. And this is particularly important at a time when people are facing a housing affordability situation, but just affordability being difficult for them. They need better and more amenities locally so that they can take their kids somewhere, they can have programming, and they can have a great neighborhood. I want to thank Leslie Evans and her team from the Federation of Calgary Communities for working on this with my team. I also want to highlight that there is some question about why we are making decisions outside of budget. This has little to do with the budget cycle, because when we did our work in November, we anticipated a particular dividend and we allocated it accordingly. This is a surplus over and beyond that. And in previous years, when we have experienced that situation, we've allocated that money either to go to legacy parks or be directed in a different way. In addition, we just approved funding for Opportunity Calgary Investment Fund this morning, which is outside of the budget cycle. The movement of funds between a budget transfer, as Councillor Wyness called it, to have more funding for community-based grants. That was something we did today. Last year, we moved money from snow removal over to road repair, pavement quality. We also, in this particular agenda, approved a new growth community, $21 million for a fire hall without any source of funding that will have to found in the budget. And we had a capital conservation upgrade in funding outside of a budget cycle as well. So this is certainly not something that's unusual. I hope you can support it. I can tell you that community associations in Calgary would be so pleased with that work. And I can tell you that our facilities folks would be very happy to get some electrical upgrades done and some good work to repairing roofs and taking care of HVAC. With that, I am open.
Thank you very much. Councillor Demong, you are seconding this?
Yes, I would be happy to second
Did
this.
you want to debate right now, or do you want to?
I would like to do a bit, yes.
Go for it.
Okay. I've spent a great deal of my career trying to work with community associations. I used to hold annual barbecues in order to fund them. I would get sponsors from a number of different variety of locations. The community associations, are incredibly hard put on. For the last 15 years, they have lost revenue stream after revenue stream from used to be soccer and hockey signups, which used to be a regular revenue stream. They've lost that. They've lost numerous other ways. Although I'm not totally loving the way this is done, I would rather have done this at budget. The fact is, I'm not going to be here at budget, and I want to make sure this happens. It's not going to be a matter of any of us choosing and picking who gets this money. This is going to go through facilities management. This is going to be based on fact finding, on actual what is required for these community centers, and many of these are literally dying from neglect. The Legacy Parks program is near and dear to my heart. I am always in favor of putting money into parks. But when we have to choose between bringing a brand new park online or choosing to maintain what we have at present, I will choose to put the money into maintaining what we have, simply because we are losing, as I say, funding streams for many of these facilities. So yes, I will vote for this. I will second it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing it forward. Damn nuts.
Oh, are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Okay, Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, it's, I'm just kind of thinking about this on the fly, and I think what I'm like not loving about today is that when it was OSIF funding or it's this funding, is that there is a surplus over and above what we forecasted, but we're not being strategic about it. It's almost like whatever nom gets on the floor first is what we're funding. And so and I know I supported the OSIF one. I know that's a successful program, but I actually wonder if I would have supported OSIF over and above all of the other strategic priorities we have and all of the liabilities we have on Green Line and, all the civic partners who want to, have their funding increased over time. And so there's nothing wrong with this notice of motion other than I'm just frustrated that this is how we're doing it. And when I think about NMAX Legacy Parks, which is really important, and there's certainly people in my ward who want a new park. When you look back at the NMAX Legacy Park Fund in 2019, it had $7 million in it. It has $64 million in it now. And then we're going to add another $20 million to it. It has more funding in it than it's ever had. And so I just wonder if that's still where we want this money to go. And so all of this is a larger strategic conversation about where we're spending money. And so I just really, if I could go back and say this all during OSIF, I wish I had said that so that we could have actually had maybe this conversation at a strategic meeting of council to make sure that these were allocated to the top priorities. Obviously, everything in here is important, but I'm just disappointed in myself more than anything.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor, I think Spencer, you're next.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Mr. Fleming, I have a question for you. I didn't prompt you. I apologize. But at budget, you were sharing with us that our community operating facilities in around $1 billion in assets that we have. 79 million were in poor and critical components, and you at budget mentioned that. We had building condition assessments actively underway and going. Do you have an updated number by any chance?
Our current, the BCA process is ongoing. So every 5 years we renew. So we're at about 220 million in poor and critical components across our entire portfolio. So that includes operational work centers, that includes the municipal building, office buildings, but then also rec centers, front-facing community buildings like rec centers, fire stations, that kind of thing.
Is our how big of the pie is our community CA buildings in that 220?
A portion. We're still doing BCAs. We're actively doing BCAs on, building condition assessments on community.
How big of a sliver of that pie at this point is it?
Right now, it's still relatively small just because we don't have a lot of the data, but probably by next budget cycle, we would have more data to share on those.
Okay, so it could be a sizable chunk of the pie, but
I would suggest that it would probably be in line with some of what we're seeing across the portfolio. It's an aging portfolio, specifically community associations. It would be an aging portfolio. So you're going to see some diversity, but there's probably 20 to 30% that are in pretty tough shape.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Appreciate it. So I guess my comments for the mover is just that we have a lot of stuff that we need to fix. I talked a lot, asked a lot of questions about this at budget. I'm really not a fan of us one-timing this. I mean, we have to fix facilities like these. And I have a soft spot for community facilities. I'm happy to kind of jump them up the priority poll. But there's other pieces of this conversation, similar to some of the comments from Councillor Meehan, that I worry about, because there are investments that we potentially should be making, let's say things like roads, where when we delay certain parts, you get the quicker degradation. I mean, having it's a big problem. So I guess my concern is really that we are again using one-time funding to tackle a mountain when we really need to get into base budget increases. And I won't be here for the next one, similar to another councillor across the aisle. So I'm leaning towards supporting this because I do think this is something that we need to be funding. It's important, and these are volunteers running these facilities. These are not paid staff, oftentimes paid staff support, but these are volunteer boards talking about redoing the roofs, taking care of water damage, keeping community programming running. So leaning towards supporting, but yeah, if the mover could speak to the larger need in the end, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Just a question for administration. When is our next update coming on the Legacy Parks program?
Thanks for the question. We had an update late last year. I'm not sure when the next one is. I can get back to that with you with that information.
Okay, thanks. So a couple things. I know that we are currently undertaking a review of the NMAX dividend policy. And I think that as that moves forward, there is the important coordinating and kind of coinciding conversation that we need to have around surplus and how surplus gets allocated, and the default, and potentially what the dollar numbers are a trigger. So if it is above potentially that 30 million, you know, does it have to come through council in a different way for a decision other than a notice of motion? So I will agree with some of the critique from my colleagues around it feels like a bit of a racehorse to get your ideas in through a notice of motion. I don't think any of these are bad ideas by any means, but to Councillor Meehan's point, you know, there's a significant amount of dollars sitting in NMAX Legacy Parks, and we have playgrounds that are in disrepair in a number of communities. And so, how do we how can we create some more local investments as opposed to just regional investments, I think is one of the challenges. So I think the review of all of these things needs to happen and needs to happen strategically. I will support this today because I do think it is important that some of these are some actual critical things. I think especially number one, I know I have, and I, again, not presupposing that anything's going to go to some of my communities, but I have communities whose buildings, you know, have failed in the last little bit and have become a real source of challenge for those community volunteers. And then with respect to number two, again, I think, you know, people are really looking to show pride in their neighborhood. So I will support this. I do think that there's work that we need to do to create a process that's a little bit more standardized, a little bit more transparent, and a little bit more formulaic as we move forward with respect to surplus dollars.
Thanks, Councillor Penner. Councillor Demong, you went already. Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. I had a question previously for Mr. Toker. The 103 million, and the answer I got recently was that 63.8 of last year's dividend was going to go towards general revenue, and that there would only be 39.2 remaining for the last year's NMAX dividend going into this year's budget. And I assume that this is what we're talking about, this year's receipt from NMAX from last year's dividend?
So the amount of the dividend that we're speaking about is the dividend that was declared on NMAX's 2024 results for 103 million, and we're going to receive that in 2025.
Right.
And so we had a budgeted dividend of 57, and so the delta of that, the 46, makes the composition of what we're speaking about.
Okay, but your email said based on not budgeted, but the formula, which would then allow 63.8 to be allocated because it's also a percentage and not just a budget. What's that email?
So that 63 is based on the December 2024 NMAX shareholder meeting, where they declared future dividends after they had changed their dividend policy. So going forward, our dividend, which we'll receive in 2026, will be 63.8 million.
Okay, thanks. I do have an amendment I want to propose, but I'm going to provide a little bit of context before I introduce it, which is the challenge that I have with this versus other allocations of funding, is that the other allocations of funding were based on a positive variance for year end, which would have ended up going into fiscal stability reserve. And FSR, if this money had been requisitioned from FSR, I would have been more inclined to support it. The reason that I'm not supportive of drawing from the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund is because of future discussions that we're going to have with NMAX. And the fact that the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund currently is sitting with $46 million, $23 million that's being added, which will help to meet the needs for this year, but there's still $200 million worth of projects in the NMAX Legacy Parks list that remain unfunded. And because of the future expectations of NMAX and any positive delta that will result in the dividend paid out to the City of Calgary, the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund will remain for the foreseeable future in a significant deficit position. So if somehow we could make up that difference on a very limited source of funds for the NMAX Legacy Parks, which is only the surplus beyond the dividend, then I might be inclined to support it. But there's not a lot of positive future potential for contributions to the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund to fund these unfunded projects. Whereas the FSR, we continuously project our revenue and are realistic in our future expenditures. And this year, as an example, we had unprecedented increases in income investment that created a huge positive variance, which is one-time funding that could go into these programs and dealt with in that fashion. And if it had been done that way through FSR, I would have been more inclined to support it. Having said that, there's a plan as far as the capital conservation grant that I put forward to include it in the budget deliberations on a go-forward basis, because we did realize that it was underfunded, and hence the reason for the bump up by $15 million out of FSR. Again, positive variance from previous years that are designed specifically to address urgent needs. And this is, I don't disagree, this is an urgent need. But drawing from NMAX Legacy for me is the wrong source of funds. And because of that, I would prefer that we dealt this with this. This is the motion. I've more or less introduced it in my debate, and I'd be happy to sit on that as an introductory, and then try and address any issues in my close if I can find a seconder.
Councillor McLean? So Councillor McLean has seconded this. Looking to the queue, does anyone have any questions for administration on this? I'll leave it for a second. Councillor Walcott, sorry, that's for the original, right? Or the, okay. All right. Please put RTS amendment in. Thank you very much. Mayor Gondek.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to understand what this is. Is it an amendment? Is it replacing something? Where is it going? Because but we've got a motion before us, so this is an alternate motion. Or it's, what is this?
I'm going to let clerks weigh in. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Gondek, for the question. This is a secondary subsidiary motion. It is a postponement. So part one, it is a motion to postpone consideration of the main motion, which is the notice of motion, to a specified later date, which is the November regular meeting of council. The second part is directing administration to do additional work.
Okay. I would say that this is a moment in time where we can actually help community associations and we can actually help our facilities management team. I gave you some examples of the things that need to be done. There's wading pools that are being torn up right now, and we are trying to figure out how to do the full fix on those. We've got electrical upgrades that need to be done. if we to work with them to help them and Calgary families build better assets in their communities. This is leveraging partnerships, and it's postponing this means we're not helping our community associations right now. So I would be very disappointed to see us go down that road. We have the ability and the authority as council to direct the surplus that we have in the NMAX dividend, and this is one way to do it for the community associations that come here and speak to us at public hearing on a regular basis, and actually give them the support that they need, and actually help our facilities management team who comes to us every year and says, we don't have enough of a maintenance budget. We all learned a big lesson with the water feeder main break, and we have all learned from things like the roof caving in at rec facilities, Inglewood Pool, I'll bring that up again. Why would we want to go through that again when we can actually do something meaningful right now?
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Yeah, hired for capital funding, and FSR is a source of funding for both capital and operating supports. And the NMAX dividend is also a source of funding for capital supports. And so the argument that just because this is coming out of the dividend in advance of it being transferred to the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund, but somehow the OSIF money being transferred out of FSR because a future budget allocation can replenish that amount, it is an argument that just circles itself around this idea that somehow one person's pet projects are better than another. And the reason why it's offensive is purely on the grounds that 3 notices of motions ago, this council said the pet project that you moved was fine. And now the arguments that the party is making is that this one is not. And that is just the type of politics that I can't support, because the reality is we also all stood here and voted and argued and begged for the Inglewood Pool to remain open. But to the Mayor Gondak's point, the reason why it got where it got is because when we had these opportunities to make priority decisions, we didn't. And so, I don't know, call a spade, right? Like you either
forward, we can put in another puzzle piece because we have so much deferred maintenance. So we would be able to spend this within the budget cycle, no problem.
Okay, but this 20 million will cover just one project?
No, 8.5 would go towards one project, and then it would be split amongst 7 others, approximately. The remaining 11.5.
Sorry, I kind of...
Apologies.
Yeah, can you repeat that, the numbers again?
8.5 would go towards one specific project, a waiting pool. The remaining 11.5 would go to about 7 other projects.
7 other projects. So you've got those projects already lined up and ready to go,
We do, yes. They've already been identified. We just didn't have a funding source.
and it could be all funded and taken care of, constructed, rebuilt, finished all this year?
Some into 2026, but the vast majority in 2025.
Okay, okay. The other question I got, I go back to November 2021.
Sir. Rate.
You read number one, the 20 million that you will get. I mean, it very specifically calls out wading pools, splash pads, recreation centers, but this is $20 injected into the top of the funnel. That is your whole portfolio, or can you clarify the way you?
Yes, so 8.5 would go to the Prairie Winds wading pool.
Gotcha.
We have started construction on that needed project, and we didn't have a funding source at the time. And so the vast majority of it would go towards that. Then there are other smaller projects, which I'm happy to list if you'd like, but other projects that would make up the remaining 11.5 that we did not have a funding source for. So a few Calgary fire stations, some emergency power systems, some safety upgrades at some parks buildings, and a bonus wading pool chemical storage, a recreation arena upgrade, so the ice resurfacer ramp repairs. Do you want me to keep going, or?
Well, could you email council that list?
Absolutely.
When you sit down, or have somebody? Your stuff. Weighing in.
And rec is responsible for this much. Community associations have this much. Roads has, or mobility has this much, and we've reached that point in the past sort of 3 or 4 years. And so now we have aging infrastructure, and so when you combine those two things, then you get to a relatively consistent number with our asset management practices.
Yeah.
And then you're able to sort of say, okay, how much do we want to invest relative to, and fully understood, there's a whole bunch of needs across the city, so how do we make those trade-offs?
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, I mean, obviously you have the top of the funnel for all these high-value maintenance pieces just for your portfolio. Now, there's other portfolios that also need maintenance, transit, so on and so forth. But just for your portfolio, you have the funnel. This notice of motion kind of very specifically put a qualifier on it to like direct more of it to community level assets, correct? And that that's so
that inequality in getting our capital projects done? Does that not, like, even when you're leaving it up to council, I know that's been for, we don't want to answer that publicly, because we're putting you in a bad spot to have to answer that. And maybe that's one for, I'm trying to talk to my colleagues on this one is, yeah, as much as, like, what I've heard from you, I don't know how to word this question because I'm hearing that, yeah, you take the money, but it's not really the best for you to anticipate fixing the massive capital project problem we have before us. Is that accurate, or is it, I know we all want a lottery win, but I'm going to put that one to Thompson.
Mr. Jim Thompson's going to.
I can jump in and just say so. After realignment and what Director Fleming, I think, said was fantastic, with all facilities now being in facilities, we really are looking at what is the challenge ahead of us and what's the issue. And so our team in infrastructure services has been working very closely with
up some of the problem for the next budget, mid-cycle adjustments. And even though it's a new council, I think the new council does need to see that wound that's there, not.
I would say, having the perspective I do, there's issues across. And so if we have high need projects like this, we've got some that obviously have issues that we need to fund right now. I don't think this is a bad thing. Would we love to have that strategic approach and have it in front of you right now? 100%. We're building it right now. We would love to be here with that done. The team's working on it. We're working on it. So I don't think this is a negative, but I understand exactly what you're saying. That strategic approach would be better, and that's what we'll be bringing.
When council throws money at, like this, when administration is not expecting it, does it change your workday or what you prioritize on versus what pattern of work we're doing to expose a new process? Do people have to drop stuff to get this actually built and done?
So I'll just say from the overall strategic process, we haven't dropped anything. We're continuing to drive that forward. From the specific facilities, I'll let Mr. Fleming respond.
So with regards to this money, we were able to accommodate it within our current work plan. We didn't have to drop anything. We do have, just for context, we do have staff, we have a contractor working 24/7 on the waiting pool, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They're working there to try and meet the summer timelines. So we often use contractors to try and enable the flow of funds.
So then what that tells me is we'll be covering up the in-house loan that when this money goes to you, so that at budget time, it really won't showcase the real need of funding for the capital finances. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Wyness. Councillor Penner.
This is a fascinating conversation. I don't think it is a secret that we have a capital deficit. I think that we have heard that for every single budget cycle that we have sat through. And to say that this is a Band-Aid, this is a Band-Aid over a gaping wound. And I've yet to hear whenever we've had a surplus, administration say, no, thanks, we would not like that money. So again, we've been told year over year, we are running a capital deficit. And the reason that we deal with this right now, as opposed to waiting for budget, is because of how we do our budgeting, because we have a zero-based budget, because we have reserve policy, because we can only predict to spend so much, and we can only predict to get in so much. And so there are just some factors that we cannot always predict for. Are we trying to get better at it? We have heard Mr. Tucker say that that is what he is working on, so that we can anticipate spends as opposed to being reactionary like this. So I'm mindful of the conversation and the criticality of like the work that we need to do before us, and supporting some of the ongoing projects. And if we talk about exposing the gap, we have talked about this gap. We've talked about this gap for many, many years. Mr. Fleming, our Director Fleming, and GM Thompson, like, thank you for acknowledging the work that is underway, especially to support community associations. I know we got a briefing note on it, well, probably almost 2 years ago now, and that this is ongoing work that you're working towards in the 2027 budget, so that we can not be in this reactionary cycle and we can start to anticipate and be more proactive in supporting community associations. But that's a big lift, and I knew that was a big lift because we've been having that conversation about it. So Council, I would encourage us to not defer this. I think that number 2 is something that we do already. But I would encourage us to continue the momentum of investing in our city. I'm always mindful that whenever we delay projects, whenever we hold back, it only costs us more in the long run. So if we have dollars available, we should, and administration can act on it, we should be getting those projects out of the way, because in this period of time between now and November, I guarantee you other projects are going to get on that list. Something else is going to happen. That is where we are at with the city with aging infrastructure. This is where we're at with the city with a growing number of assets. And so we need to move things off the list faster than we're putting things on. And the only way we're going to do that is by spending the dollars that are available to us, and by getting the projects off the books. And so making sure that when the next opportunity, that we're not trying to prioritize more projects with less dollars, because there's no guarantee of budget these dollars would even make it back. I get that we don't like the process. I'm totally happy to continue to work on fixing the process of how we do this every single year, but it's before us today, and deferral is not a great option. It's not a great option when we have so much work that we need to do.
Thanks, Councillor Penner. I have some questions for Mr. Fleming. I'm very intrigued by your answers actually today. And the reason I'm intrigued, and I think Councillor Spencer just asked you if we could get a list of these projects. When we send a notice of motion to administration, we send a check sheet. And you guys fill that out. And I'm just gonna ask like point blank, because I didn't know where this 8.6 was going or what the other allocations, and now I'm hearing it's Prairie Winds Water Park and things like that. That list would have been very valuable to have when the mayor brought a notice of motion forward to begin with. And secondly, what's the matrix we're using? Because the examples that I'm hearing from the mover are more critical safety things. Like we talked about Inglewood Pool. We talked about investing in maybe facilities that are falling apart. But what I'm hearing is a chunk of that money is just going to a project that we didn't fund for. And I don't know what the other money is going through. And I do know one of them is Bonus, and right, like I've sat back and just waited. So why wasn't this list presented with the notice of motion at executive committee as part of the check sheet?
I apologize. That should have come forward.
And that's okay, and I appreciate the apology, because the criticism of this notice of motion, I actually, I like this in spirit. I think it's great. But when we sit here and talk about money being spent, so OSIF, we're being criticized for 4 items ago that we approved OSIF. We know what we're getting with OSIF. We know we're getting a return. We get reports. I have no idea what I'm throwing $20 million at. And so those two things are apples and oranges to me. So that list would have been very beneficial.
Point of order. What projects do you know that OSIF is going to be building with the next 15 million?
Well, no, I'm talking about reporting back. Okay? So apples and oranges, Councillor Demong. Apples and oranges. So the other thing I want to ask Mr. Ripley, so thank you for answering that. Mr. Ripley, I need to ask you a question about the Parks Foundation grants, and I'm not sure if you're going to be able to even answer these. Can a community association apply for the Parks Foundation grant for like a building communities program, like to better their parks, to add a splash park, to use it for community association? I know that they're not here to answer this question, but do you know the answer?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Yes, the short answer is yes. The community associations can apply for funding through the Parks Foundation through a number of programs.
And to your understanding, that increased, has it not, in the last year, the amount of money in those grants?
My apologies, I don't have that answer at my fingertips.
Okay, and so I'm just gonna add some debate here. And I will say, like, I do support this in spirit. I don't support this being made a decision out of context of budget. The things that we approve that have money associated have come to committee. We've had public speak to them. We have debated them ad nauseum. We have had great reports back on some of the stuff that other funding has gone to. It's not that we're saying no to like splash parks or supporting our community. It's just we need to be part of a bigger conversation. And actually, some of those councillors that are usually on the other side have also mentioned that today. So, you know, do what you want. We're just asking for a holistic conversation. Some of this stuff probably could have been in game plan, but that wasn't included in game plan. It was included in splash parks and community support. They were bigger picture items. So maybe that's part of the conversation that we would like to see in budget as well. So I'm happy to support this, and I'll move back to Councillor Chabot to close. Oh, Councillor Meehan, do you want to go? Okay, Councillor Chabot to close.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm not going to be overly forthright in some of my concerns about the motion that was put forward originally and why I proposed this. It sounds from the debate and the answers that we got from administration that some of the current projects will be cash flowed one way or another. And so the ability to then pay back some of those other capital programs that it may be drawing from temporarily is what's at issue here with regards to this funding. And as I said before, because we have some upcoming meetings with NMAX specifically on future dividends that the city may realize, and the fact that the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund only has one source of funding, and that there's a $200 million deficit in the current programs that are on the list, that taking any money away from it, for me, is not the right approach. Now, whether this fails or loses is irrelevant. From my perspective, I'm trying to put forward something that helps to protect the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund to some degree, whilst we may have to look at other sources of funding to help to even meet some of those programs, that some of which have been sitting on the shelf for 10 years. And so the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund had a very dedicated objective. And whereas our fiscal stability reserve and surpluses, which I believe was like $276 million last year, and part of which we allocated to OSIF, and some of it we allocated to the capital conservation grants. And whilst there's potentially still more money that could be allocated without putting us into a compromised position from Standards & Poor's and DBRS in regards to our credit rating, to maintain that credit rating so that we don't put ourselves in a compromised position from a borrowing perspective, there's still capacity in FSR that this could have come from. And that's where I would have preferred to have seen it come from. And that's why I'm proposing this for the NMAX Legacy Parks Fund, because I want to protect that. Because again, it's a limited source of funds for very specific projects, some of which some members of council here have added to here recently and said, hey, let's let it get prioritized against all the other ones. Well, I'm sorry to say that those priorities are going to go out the window if we take away all the future funding from it. Anyways, that's why I'm proposing that we send this to budget. And if this passes and there's a need, an urgent need for funding for some of these current projects, I'd be more than happy to support a notice of motion that draws from FSR to pay for these programs. Anyways, that said, close.
Okay, clerks, when you're ready.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Sharp, all the votes are in.
Can you display the results, please? That failed motion defeated 6-7 with Councillor Demong, Walcott, Dollywald, Gondek, Mayor Gondek, Councillor Penner, sorry, my eyes are going, Meehan, and Councillor Spencer voting against. Okay, so we will go back to the original motion, and Councillor Meehan, you're in.
Yeah, so I've sat here and listened, and after hearing everyone argue about all of different things, I feel like maybe first come, first serve is the best that we can do, because I don't think this group is actually going to agree on anything. So you know what, I will be supporting.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't look like there's anyone else in the queue. Mayor, oh, never mind. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to provide context, the way I'm approaching this, not unlike commentary around the housing strategy, not moving because we don't have the perfect strategy, and it is just not a compelling argument for me. So I have a soft spot for community. I do think when you think of the dollars that the city spends that pay back in ways that are very, very difficult to track, community often ends up being underfunded. And I love the fact that members elected with relationships with their communities that understand the power of people activated and engaged and involved, volunteers taking care of. I've heard of them called like volunteer facility managers. This is money that's going to help them. Obviously, we're still waiting for the lists, but these are projects off of the top of that queue that are high value, need to happen. That clears the road for other priorities to be. I hate one-time funding. I'm walking away from this term on council just really frustrated with the way in which we waste council time and we waste so much with the politics around how we spend the one-time funding. Council, we gotta actually properly fund this city. Otherwise, we're just gonna be in this churn for forever. And as the pain goes up, so does the politics. Mr. Fleming and transit and parks and Troy with roads, they need proper funding. And I'm frustrated that this seems to be what we are willing to commit in terms of like urgently putting capital in that direction. So I'd encourage us to see this as a first of many forays in this direction, and then that we properly, before this term is over, turn the ship a degree or two in the direction of responsibly taking care of the gaps that do exist within this organization and infrastructure that desperately needs proper funding. So I will be supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Wong.
Thank you. No different than Councillor Spencer said. We do love our communities, and again, when I take a look at inner city communities, particularly the communities, the structures, the facilities, the programs, the volunteers, there's a lot of people who invested time in there. There's a lot of patrons invested the energies of being there, and there's a whole host of safety, security measures that we want to ensure that the buildings are in good condition so that they're not worried about it as well. Having said that, recognizing, as I've always said, we have to do the right things, and investing in our communities is the right things, and in facilities, same sort of thing. However, at the same time, I always say we also have to do it the right way, and to Deputy Mayor Sharp, when asking Mr. Fleming, why didn't we have a list of this earlier? Why didn't we have better information earlier? That's the kind of stuff that we need to improve upon, CO Duckworth, in terms of our way of managing. We need to have this information a lot sooner so we can have the meaningful debate as to wandering back and forth and accusing each other of being, pandering to each other's own needs or whatever. I guess I'm really stuck on this one as this supporting not, because I've got a community center right now. We're paying to repair a roof, but we can't pay to repair the HVAC and the air conditioning in there. So what's the point of fixing a building if you can't fix all of it? And that can easily chew up that $20 million right off the top. So, I wish I had known, where the monies are spent, in terms of priority lists, where the monies are coming from. That's what good capital management is all about, investment management is all about. And that's that kind of stuff to Councillor Penner. If we had that kind of protocol in place, we wouldn't be in this debate. So I'll vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to look real quick. I'm just going to weigh in. Mayor Gondek, thank you for bringing this forward. And like I said, I support the spirit of this notice of motion. The issue I have, and it goes with everybody, and bringing things forward and the race to who can get projects paid for the fastest, especially when we have a short window. And I know that's probably not your intent. And, I know that there was a list of projects that this is funding that I didn't have to look at. And I think that's a learning lesson for everybody. And if we're going to be bringing notices of motion forward with money attached to things before budget, we as councillors and members of council better come armed and equipped with what we're spending that money on. That being said, this needs to be part of a bigger conversation. Councillor Spencer, you nailed it. We've got no money for certain things, or we're not spending on money on certain things, and we need to spend money on the city to grow. And we know you can't cut your way to prosperity either. So you've got to be able to spend accordingly. What I will say to the communities, this is not a no forever. What I'll say is a no for this notice of motion for now. But I will tell you to look through the Parks Foundation grants. I just had the meeting the other day, and there is a lot of money not being used to support your communities, your splash parks, your parks, the paint, the upgrades. And Amateur Sport actually has a grant now too. So I would implore those groups to do that, but I will not be supporting this today. So I will look over to Mayor Gondek to close.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start by just addressing some of the questions that were raised. Councillor Meehan, you said whoever comes first seems to get funded, and should it be first come, first serve? With this one, we had this list of unfunded assets in September and then again in November, and it's available to us at any time. Should I have done a better job and actually given you the list? Sure, I could have done that. I own that. But when I indicated that I was directing $20 million to the Facilities Management Annual Investment Program, I just assumed that people would look. That's a poor assumption on my part. I will make sure that that gets attached for next time. Councillor Spencer, you said lots of stuff needs to be fixed and you're tired of one-time money. I totally agree with you. We have a ton of things that need to get fixed. But once again, we had eyes on things that were unfunded in September and again in November. I chose this route because I felt it was important. And we need to act now so that there's less degradation, right? If we had acted on Inglewood Pool sooner, would we have been in the situation we're in? Probably not. And again, Community associations are either non-existent or at the bottom of a list that we don't generally see. I would just like to stress that I hope we're not letting perfect be the enemy of good, and this is public good. This is helping communities, and I have no horse in this race. I don't represent a ward. This is not a pet project for me because I'm not trying to get something done in my own neighborhood. I'm trying to do some good across communities and benefit all of your wards. And no one's saying that we don't do the big work as well on budget change. CFO Tucker, GM Thompson, you've heard loud and clear, you're smiling because you've heard this a million times, we need a better approach to how we're going to deal with the deferred maintenance disaster that we have before us right now. So this is a Band-Aid for sure, but I would rather put a Band-Aid on some cuts that we can help to heal than ignore them completely while we're trying to do a major surgery. We can do two things at once. We have to be able to do this, Council. Community associations and their volunteers are exhausted. They need support. I've been down this road with my community association back in the early 2000s, and nothing's gotten better. We actually have a chance to improve life for communities and families in this city, and this gives us a great option to do that. So, Councillor Wong, to your point about will $20 million fix everything? It won't fix everything, but it's going to deal with 8 really important projects that are going to help Calgarians right now. Closed.
I have to call it? Oh, sorry, you scribed a vote. I thought I said that.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Sharp, all the votes are in.
We display the results, please. That's carried 8-5 with Councillor McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. I will switch spots. I can do that. Yeah. We need to go into close for the next, I think, 3 items. I'm going to move her to go into close. Councillor Spencer, a seconder. Councillor Demong. Yeah, we'll probably, sorry, dinner. So are we going to just do dinner?
Regular dinner is scheduled for 6 o'clock, so if there's no change to that, we can move into closed, and at 6 o'clock, it'll be a regular recess. No motion is required.
Okay.
Council can then resume and closed at 7:15.
Great. Okay.
Just
Anyone?
a point of procedure, sorry.
Yes.
This might help, Chair. The presentation that we have scheduled over the dinner break is scheduled for 6:15. So if we want to adjust our break to be at 6:15, I think that would help us get through some items.
Okay, so then is anyone opposed to adjusting our break till 6:15 before we work with that? Anyone opposed to that? No? Okay. So you will be fed also. That'll be a bonus. Anyone opposed to going into closed? Hearing and seeing none, we will move into close and rise and report when we're done.
regular meeting of council will be resuming shortly. Please make your way back.
Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Walcott, Councillor Walcott, Councillor Wong, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Carra, Councillor Chabot,
Present.
Councillor Chu, Councillor Demong,
Here.
Councillor Dollywall, Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Meehan,
Here.
Councillor Penner, and Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, we'd like to return to the meeting sooner than the regular time of 7:30. Can I just do general consent?
Mayor Gondek, first will be rise without reporting, and two, we've prepared a motion to modify the recess for you, so we'll put that up on the screen for you next.
Perfect. Rise without reporting. We're going to do Councillor McLean, seconded by Councillor Wyness. Thank you for that. Anyone opposed to rising without reporting? No, that's carried.
And the next motion is just coming up right now. We've just combined the two. One is to modify recess, and the second one is to return to closed for the one item with respect to 1225, regular update with Chief Administrative Officer.
Perfect. Councillor Meehan, would you like to move it? Thank you. Councillor Demong, you're seconding it. Anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. We'll go back into closed session.
regular meeting. Council will be resuming shortly. Please make your way back.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public session. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Carraw, Councillor Chabot,
Present.
Councillor Chu, Councillor Demong,
Present.
Councillor Dollywall,
Here.
Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Meehan, Councillor Penner, Councillor Sharp,
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer,
Here.
Councillor Walcott,
I'm here.
Councillor Wong, and Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we're going to rise and report. That's being moved by Councillor Spencer, seconded by Councillor Demong. Is there anyone opposed to rising and reporting? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Let's go on to item 12.2.1. Councillor Chabot, you're moving this one?
Yeah, as presented on the screen.
Almost. There it is.
He knew it was coming.
Yep. Perfect. This one's being seconded by Councillor Wong. Thank you. I don't see any debate or discussion on this one.
Closed.
Thank you for closing. Let's go to eScribe to vote.
Counselor Demong, your vote, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Counselor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Counselor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Let's go on to the next item. This is 12.2.2. This one's being moved by Councillor Wyness. It is being seconded by Councillor Wong. I don't see any debate or discussion. I'll just get you to close, Councillor Wong. Oh, no, Councillor Wyness, sorry.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Counselor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor McLean, your vote,
Yes.
please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Let's go to item 12.2.3. This one's being moved by Councillor Wyness. It is being seconded by Councillor Wong. And it's on the screen now before us. Don't see anyone with any questions. Close, Councillor Wyness.
Close.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Counselor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. On to the last item, 12.2.5. This one's being moved by Councillor Sharp, and it is being seconded by Councillor Wong. I don't see anybody with any discussion or debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
I'm closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Counselor Demong,
Yes.
your vote, please. Thank you. Counselor McLean, your
Yeah.
vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. And that's it for our items for today, Madam Clerk.
That's it for the items. We do have 2 administrative inquiries that we're required to display, and that'll conclude the agenda. That's the first one from Councillor Sharp. And the second one is from Councillor Penner. And that's it, Mayor.
Move to adjourn.
I'm going to go to Councillor Chabot to adjourn, Councillor Demong to second that. Anyone opposed to adjourning? Seeing and hearing none, we are adjourned.
Just let